Good morning, everybody. My name is Andrew Redman. I'm the director of the Mexico Institute here at the Wilson Center, and it's a great pleasure to welcome you all this morning, both here in person in the auditorium and virtually, wherever you may be located. We're really happy to inaugurate the 9th annual Building a Competitive U.S.-Mexico Border Conference. This is a conference that I always looked forward to when I was working in the private sector. And so it's really been a privilege to collaborate with the Border Trade Alliance now to bring it together for all of you. For 9 sessions now, or 8 years plus now, we have come together to talk about the public policy challenges facing our two nations as we work to capitalize on the opportunities provided by the border region. I know all of you know that region well. We have a great program today. We're looking forward to some good conversation. As always, just one note, due to congressional business, Congressman Cuellar and Ciscomani will not be able to join us. We've rearranged the schedule a little bit as a result. This was just something that came up yesterday, so we apologize for any sense of misadvertising. We share your disappointment that they aren't going to join us, but hopefully we can reschedule them at some future date. It's now my great honor to introduce Ambassador Mark Green, who is the CEO, President, and Director of the Wilson Center. Ambassador Green is the son of immigrants to this country, and he grew up, in fact, closer to the northern border than to the southern. But his life experiences, both growing up and overseas in his career throughout his life, have no doubt helped to form his appreciation for the importance of border regions. He's seen border regions that unify and border regions that divide. And so I think that helps him to appreciate the importance of the U.S.-Mexico border. As I mentioned, Ambassador Green has had a long career in public service. He served as a congressman representing Wisconsin's 8th District, as the USAID administrator, and as U.S. Ambassador to Tanzania. He also served as president of the International Republican Institute, the executive director of the McCain Institute, president of the Initiative for Global Development, and senior director at the U.S. Global Leadership Coalition. Ambassador Green, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thanks, Andrew, for those kind words, and thank you to Britton, Mullen, and the Border Trade Alliance. We are grateful for your longstanding partnership with the Mexico Institute, but quite frankly, also for the mission that you have and the work that you do, especially during a time when I fear that trade and commerce don't get the attention or the respect that they deserve. We see things a little bit differently here at the Wilson Center. As many of you know, the Wilson Center is a unique institution in foreign policy. We're actually congressionally chartered, we're scholarship-driven, and we're fiercely nonpartisan and independent. As I tell my directors all the time, that special status also brings with it special obligations to not duplicate what others are doing, but instead to prioritize the most important issues and opportunities, and to do so where we can add value and make a difference. In other words, the Wilson Center is the perfect place to host this conference, because finding ways to enhance the competitiveness of the U.S.-Mexico border is crucial for both our nations. As my friend Ambassador Moctezuma said roughly a year ago at this very conference, the border reminds us that the threads of our history and our societies are woven together. We have shaped and inspired one another. What began in 1848 as a line drawn in the sand of the desert has, over the years, been transformed into the place where our two nations come close together in so many ways. But my friends who live far from that region, including both here in Washington and in Mexico City, too often have a different perspective. I'd argue that too often they fail to appreciate the deep historic, cultural, familial, and economic ties of the border region. They see the border as a dividing line, an impediment that prevents the kinds of engagement that were underway long before that line was drawn. Yes, the border does delineate a national boundary. All sovereign nations have the right and the obligation to determine who and what can enter the country and under what circumstances. But at the same time, the major challenges facing our two nations transcends political and geographic boundaries, and they are better dressed together. The border is a place of opportunity to address the impact of climate extremes, the global migration and refugee crisis, the scourge of drug trafficking and addiction, as well as the attraction of new investment that facilitates trade and spurs economic growth and independence from authoritarian-controlled supply chains. The impact of these challenges is often more immediate and more acute in the border region. In some ways, the border region is the canary in the coal mine that sees these challenges before others. But eventually, these challenges and the opportunities will impact all of us. We cannot allow biases or political expedience to impede our efforts to address them. I'm preaching to the choir here, I know. But again, as I mentioned earlier, not all who live distant from the border understand it as you do. During today's conference, I know you will touch on many of the issues confronting our political leaders in both countries and at all levels of government. My charge to you is to come up with constructive ways to use the power of the border region and our deep historic ties to advance public policies that can meet these challenges and more. Your countrymen and your countrywomen, quite frankly, are counting on you. It is now my pleasure to welcome Britton Mullen, President of the Border Trade Alliance, and she will offer some opening remarks. She is the founding principal of BC Consulting, a full-service government affairs and strategic consulting firm. She previously served as the Vice President for Legislative Affairs for the American Trucking Association and as a senior staff member for Congressman Henry Brown Jr. of South Carolina. My friend and former colleague, it is great to have you here. Welcome.
Good morning. Well, thank you, Ambassador Green, and thank you, Andrew, and your team here at the Wilson Center Mexico Institute. It's a pleasure to see all of you today. We will hear from private sector leaders, scholars, and leading figures in government today. This is a period of transition for the border. After all, it was just a month ago that public health emergency formally ended, and along with it, Title 42. We're in a new phase now, and today we look forward to understanding where we've been, the challenges that we faced, and where we're going. This is all about building a better, stronger, more competitive, thriving border. Our thanks to our sponsors for the event today, the conference, last night's reception. Puerto Verde, IBC Bank, Fresh Produce Association of the Americas, thank you, Lance, General Motors, Constellation Brands, and American Trucking Associations. Thanks to all of you for your support. Now let's begin with our first panel. I'll invite you to the stage. Kenya is with the San Diego Regional Chamber of Commerce. Hector Serna is with International Bank Commerce. And Joaquim Spanner is with Commodities Integrated Logistics, as well as our moderators from Sam Houston State University Institute for Homeland Security is Michael Asplin. Thank you for being here, and we look forward to hearing what you have to say. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the invitation to be here to help facilitate the conversation today. My name is Michael Asplin. I'm the Executive Director of the Institute for Homeland Security that's at Sam Houston State University in Huntsville, Texas, which is about an hour north of Houston. Our institute was stood up 2 years ago with the purpose to focus on critical infrastructure protection for private industry. So our initial 4 areas were transportation, energy, chemical, and healthcare. The university put in for state funding of $300,000, and they responded by giving us $5 million. So that's a good problem to have. And We've done well enough that the state legislature, signed by the governor this past week, has funded us again for another $5 million, so we'll be around. We're going to add 4 more critical infrastructure areas that include information systems, water and wastewater, commercial property, and critical manufacturing. So when you think about the 8 areas of focus, it fits very well into this region and this idea of border trade. And hopefully, and I know that what we're going to do is hear for some good information as we kind of walk through these things. Just very quickly, our focus is to build connections and networks within these organizations, these groups, and we also fund research and provide education. So if you're interested in learning more about those opportunities, please come speak to myself or Alberto Villarreal, who's my colleague who's here, and we would like to talk to you about what potential partnerships look like. So let me jump right in, and I'm just going to go right down the line and have everyone introduce themselves and the backgrounds of which they bring.
Morning, everyone. Again, Kenia Samarripa. I serve as Executive Director of International Business Affairs at the San Diego Regional Chamber of Commerce, where we basically drive policies and initiatives and projects from both sides of the border to help our Cali, Baja, San Diego, Baja California border community thrive, and also help small businesses within our community and across industries reach their competitive advantages and leverage resources from both sides of the border.
My name is Joaquin Spammer. I'm the president of CIL, Commodity Integrated Logistics. I was born in Mexico City. I came to school to the University of Texas. I'm the perfect product of the North American Trade Agreement. When I was finished college, Mexico signed the General Agreement of Tariffs and Trades, and right after it signed the North American Trade Agreement. So I grew with a trade agreement. I stay at the border. I've been there for 40 years now. We do logistics, real estate development, and we also sell produce. I drive an Uber during the weekends and deliver pizzas at night. I have 7 kids. Everybody's gone through college, so I'm free. I have no more responsibilities whatsoever.
Good morning, Joaquin. I didn't realize we're both Texas exes, so we were in good company here. My name is Hector Serna, and I work for International Bank of Commerce, commonly known as IBC Bank. I oversee the region in Eagle Pass, which is on the Texas-Mexico border, and have been a lifelong resident of the Texas-Mexico border, and also a product of the great things that happen along that border. As a community banker, we are heavily involved in all things border, all things, in my case, Eagle Pass, which bleeds into the state of Coahuila as well. So we live, we breathe, we sleep border issues, and they're very, very pleased. And thank the Wilson Center and Britain BTA for putting this together. I think that Ambassador Green hit a lot of points that are extremely important. We'll hear a few more of those as well, but we will reiterate some of the comments that he made. Again, thank you very much for having us here today.
So I have 3 daughters that are grown, and I'm not done. So I need to talk to you afterwards for some guidance.
I don't answer the phones anymore.
You don't answer the phone? Oh, thank you. All right, that's what I need. I'm going to turn that off right now. Okay, so this conversation is an extension of a roundtable that the Institute for Homeland Security, in partnership with the Wilson Center, hosted back on February 16th. And we, through Alberto Villarreal, who's born and raised in Brownsville, and his connections, we were able to come together and talk about what are the impacts on border disruptions, whether they be caused by man-caused, by natural events, whether it's political in nature or there's the COVID situation that was going on. So that really, for us, started a dialogue of what can we do to expand this discussion and how can we positively impact either the development of policy, the establishment of procedures, or at least looking at practices that occur specifically to mitigate these impacts when things are happening along the border. I always had it in my head that would it be possible to figure out how much it costs a local restaurant for every hour that a border is closed? because we have this tendency to think very broadly, policy, federal policy, but are we really focused on the community? And at those locations where these disruptions occur, what is the impact to the community? And are these whether you're a small, medium, or large-sized business, do you have plans? Do you have mitigation strategies? Are you ready to address issues when things are shut down? I didn't realize that when there were a number of inspections that were stepped up and vehicles were running out of diesel fuel to run their refrigeration trucks, things that you learn, just loads of produce were being dumped out of trucks and trucks returning. So these are things that, and you couldn't get the fuel. So these are, I've got nods, which is good. So those are little points that I walk away from and think to myself, wow, are we thinking about this? And so hopefully, and I know this will happen, is over the next hour or so, we'll have 3 hours, right? Andrew, 3 hours for this panel?
One each.
Oh, thanks. So we'll just hear what folks have to say and see where this goes. So it's very much going to be structured in a way like a SWOT analysis, strengths, opportunities, weaknesses, and threats. So you might think about it in that context as we walk through. And I'm prepping you guys for the first question, which the kickoff will be, what did you experience as a primary challenge during COVID-19? And I'll give you 3 areas. What are those? Or when the world shut down, and in California where I was at the time, it was March 13th, Friday the 13th, that the world shut down, because that was the day the wife and I put our house up for sale, and that was the day you couldn't have anyone in to see houses. So I know that date. It's weird, but I just know it. But so you got those early times and everything shut down, and then you had whatever that normal was after the first 6 months or so, and then when we started the global reopening of the planet was a phrase I never thought I would hear in my lifetime. So those 3 phases. So pick anything you want, and this is where the moderator talks long enough so they can think about it before they get into it, instead of just saying, what do you think? And then you're on the spot. So that's not what I want to do. So primary challenges during COVID, take anything that you'd like.
I think just thinking from the SWOT sort of like perspective, for border communities that were very proudly, the role models for what the U.S. and Mexico relationship can accomplish, we were immediately shaken by, decisions at the federal level and discrepancies on what Mexico and the U.S. defined as essential businesses, because obviously, we're home for integrated co-producing supply chains. And all of a sudden, some of them were allowed to continue operating on one side, but they had important suppliers and clients on the other side. And so there was an immediate disruption on our economy and our communities. And we had to then think about our strengths, right? So here we are, we have strong communication channels at the local and state level. How can we make this work for us, right? So it was coming together from the private sector and the public sector, again, locally and regionally, just teaching and educating, the federal government on, hey, national security, of course, is essential for the U.S., but it turns out that NASCO has operations south of the border. So let's talk to the Mexican government about, also that tiny manufacturer that creates this little like metal sheet that's a critical piece of a ventilator. And really understanding and developing I'm repeating myself, a deeper understanding of our supply chains and ourselves, so we could have the information and the tools to go to the federal government and push through reopening these businesses. So we were lucky enough that, again, looking at our history of collaboration and our communication channels, we opened about 80 or 90 businesses within the first week of COVID, so by the end of March, and then slowly but surely looking at other areas of opportunity of other communication channels that were not quite in place, and we were, of course, not prepared for such an emergency and what that meant, and how we could look at whatever resources were available on either side and helping each other through it. I'm going to stop there because I think my 3 minutes are done.
You're good.
Well, I think that the first challenge was to stay alive. Make sure that every one of our employees stay alive. So we have 330 employees, and we need to make sure that everybody was taken care of. So we have 2 choices to make. Either we were going to go hide in a nice, cozy room in South Padre Island, or start working on it. So what we did immediately was, okay, how can we make sure that any of our employees is gonna keep going, keep working, and staying safe? So we went ahead and we were able to buy 2 machines to do COVID tests. We kept one on the US side, we sent one to the Mexican side. Thanks to a very good friend of mine, a doctor, we were able to get the kits. So we were able to screen our employees and screen the drivers. So every driver that was driving northbound with produce, if he was having any issues, health issues, we actually built an infirmary. We hired full-time staff, and we got a doctor on call just in case any of the drivers were getting any symptoms. It worked very well. So we were able to mitigate any issues with employees and any issues with the drivers. We wanted to make sure that we will solve at the border any issues for any exporter, any importer, and any transportation companies. So let me give you an example. You have a driver that is driving from Tapachula. He's been on the road for 2 days. He's bringing a load of papayas or bananas. And the guy is feeling really bad, and he's at the border. He doesn't know anyone. He doesn't know what to do. The transportation company, the owner is probably hiding someplace in Tapachula. You need a load of papayas. You need them to get across. So what do? That was the solution that we immediately started to solve. That's what we wanted to solve. Keep the flow of produce across the border, and making sure that you didn't have a driver coming across with some kind of a disease, and that you have all your employees taken care of. I think that's my 3 minutes. Yeah.
I warned them all I'd get 3 minutes per answer, and then I was going to go down one, but we're good. We have fewer people up here, so we have a little bit more time. Go ahead.
As Ambassador Green mentioned earlier, the federal government's designation of Mexican citizens as non-essential, and the establishment of that so-called non-essential travel ban, that clearly demonstrates that DC's lack of understanding of life on the U.S.-Mexico border. Some can say that the same misunderstanding is in Mexico as well. And those of us that live on the U.S.-Mexico border know that life is completely different, and really, unless you've lived it, then you really don't necessarily understand it. We cross from one country to another, sometimes on a daily basis, and similar to commuters from Virginia that come inside the Beltway, it's a commute. We cross a bridge, they cross the Key Bridge, and it's just very, very similar. We cross the Rio Grande, of course, and on the Texas side, and it's just a way of life for us. There's family and culture and economic ties and constant interaction between both sides of the border. We truly are one community in 2 different countries. In March of 2020, I didn't realize it was the 13th, but in March of 2020, Mexicans that were classified as non-essential previously crossed regularly to visit family and spend money on our restaurants, in our stores, and pay tolls that support services, but they were barred from entering the U.S. In an effort to combat, obviously, the coronavirus. As a result, a significant number, a significant percentage, if not, in some cases, the majority of for smaller border towns, the majority of their source of commerce was basically cut off, and as a result of that, many small businesses in border towns could not withstand those losses, those sales revenue losses, and were forced to close. Many were forced to close for good. Today we're still reeling from some of that economic fallout and the restrictions of for non-essential travelers. The irony of that travel ban is that despite that the border being closed to residents of the area, there are still asylum seekers that come in from Central America and Honduras and Guatemala, et cetera. And they showed up, and they continue to show up, and unfortunately, they were allowed in as a result of some really outdated and really ineffective immigration assignment laws. But nevertheless, we'll the small business closures were disproportionately larger on the U.S.-Mexico border, and primarily as a result of the travel ban in a nutshell. Studies show that we've had over between 200,000 and 400,000 small business failures, that 3 million were shut down during COVID. But that was just the first year of between 200 and 400,000, and that represented between a 30 and a 60% decrease in business failures. So it was a dramatic impact, and as indicated, disproportionately higher on the border. The travel ban just exacerbated a very, very horrible and unbearable economic calamity.
So I'd like to expand on the conversation that just happened. The first is that we talked about federal level decisions that were not informed by local or county or even state. But then we have this importance of caring for people and I'm going to call it local, where starting to recognize what are the roles that people fill in the supply chain or the trade, and how do you build responses or procedures to address that, which you did with doctors on call, providing those testing on both sides of the border. So the setup is, think about what are the policy changes that need to happen, either state or local, because we've got a couple of states represented here. I think this was the first time I've been in government service for over 35 years, and this was the first time that a medical director became front and center to a major event in the world. That prior to this, if something really bad happened, it fell to first responders. And police officers, firefighters, emergency managers, ER doctors, they're all designed for the emergency. They're designed to deal with what happens. But now all of a sudden we had a situation where somebody who was very policy driven in terms of medical folks were now thrust into this position of making decisions essentially to shut down the world. And there was a lot of heat caught by, depending on where you were, what color your state was, as to what those decisions were. So now here we are at the other side of a major global event. So we'll go through the panelists. If you were able to talk to legislators, either at the state or the federal, and I think that what happened is that the local folks stepped up and started working on what this new reality looked like very quickly. But now it was a question of this process of going through it. So when you think about San Diego, how could local people better inform state? You could even go county if you wanted to, but higher level decision making in terms of the policy development. Is that a good question?
Yeah, and I think we honestly try our best. I mean, at the chamber, we come to DC a few times a year. We just brought a delegation of 177 peeps up in April to talk to different agencies and Congress members. We go to Mexico City too. We're going to Sacramento in August. But it's still a once a year, couple times a year effort. And that's about it right now. And it's an ongoing challenge. I think the more organizations and more businesses take on this sort of like task of continuously educating the public sector, understanding that the private sector is the only constant in any project and policy effort whatsoever, because administrations come and go, and then every 3 years, 4 years, or every 6, 8, we have to start over once again. So, coming together, perhaps, to name a recent effort, we signed an MOU with chambers and industry associations from Tijuana and San Diego, trying to bring those priorities together, and then together as one voice really push again, local, state, federal level, and both to the border for those priorities, whether it's facilitating trade and improving border infrastructure, or talking about the migrant situation and making sure that our businesses have access to the skilled workforce that we need, understanding, that about a third of San Diego's workforce is comprised by immigrants, so we still want that access. Or, other challenges such as, pollution and COVID when it was the time. And to think about some innovative solutions that I wanted to mention was precisely, while policy is being developed, what can we do? How can we take action? And I know in our previous phone conversation, we talked about the cross-border vaccination program and how, at one point, maybe that was 2021 then, we had vaccines in the US. Mexico's kind of getting there, but not as fast. And we continue to have disruptions on our supply chains now due to people getting sick constantly, and having them risk their lives as they go to work. And so then we had an excess of vaccines in San Diego. They're about to expire. People that wanted to get vaccinated had gotten that opportunity, whereas in Mexico, in Tijuana and Baja, there were just no such opportunities. So what we did to get around some of the policies, such as Mexico's not being able to cross the border to get vaccinated, and vaccines were not able to be exported just yet. So we brought together again the Mexican consulate, the private sector in Tijuana, U.S. companies that had operations south of the border, to bring then their employees from Tijuana to the port of entry without crossing, and then we had medical personnel go to the border and get the employees vaccinated at the port of entry, and then they would just turn around and went back to Mexico. And that's how we helped immunize about 26,000 people. Again, employees from Tijuana, and then I think that effort was later replicated in Texas, and that's how we, again, continue to push action, if not policy, to make a point of how, when we think of policy, whether it's local, state, or federal, and we depend so much on our partnership with Canada or Mexico, we should really have a binational approach, or at least understanding of the binational picture, to see what other policies and actions need to be laid out for that policy or that program to be successful. And that's what we've learned so far.
Oh, I really appreciate that. And one of the things that stood out to me is this idea of the public sector, when it comes to elected officials, is constantly changing. And private industry is the one who is there and engaged economically, supporting folks who live and work in those communities. And the responsibility of private industry to continually inform elected officials and policymakers on, hey, this is, government's there to support and help, but we need to inform how those decisions come to. This is that idea of policy.
Well, it proves the importance of organizations. It proves that we as businessmen or community leaders, we need to get involved in different organizations. Some of us, at one point during COVID, we were thinking that we had the right answer for the right question, and we were thinking that we could do something about it, or give some information to some local, state, or federal official that could make things a little bit better. And I believe, speaking for everybody here, we all thought that the policy needed to change, or things need to be done at the local, state or federal level, and we couldn't convey it. So we thought that it was very important for my business to start getting involved in all organizations. If we need to push policy towards one direction, we need to get involved. And the message to all my business associates and to my business partners was, we need to get involved. So from COVID to now, we have gotten involved with BTA. We are members of the American Chamber of Commerce, the Asociación de Empresarios Mexicanos, COBIFER. We actually were the founding members of COBIFER about 15 years ago. The McAllen, FAR, Westlaco, Edinburgh Chamber of Commerce, the Council for the South Texas Progress, COSTEP, Hidalgo County Prosperity Task Force, the TCA, Texas Cotton Association, the American Cotton Shipper Associations, the Canaitex, Coparmes, Canacar, Canaco, everyone. And we have employees at all levels in my business getting involved in all these organizations. If we want to push policy towards a solution that will make the border a better place to do trade, a better place to do international business, we need to get involved. And Britain is doing a great job, but she needs all the support of everyone that can help out. And honestly, we should have a much bigger membership in the BTA Mexico and the BTA USA. The organizations cannot do it alone. They need the support of the business community. That's my personal perspective.
Thank you. My background is law enforcement, emergency management. So coming into the Institute, you just touched on something I think is very important. You took it to a level that I haven't yet, which is the importance of business to become involved in organizations, larger organizations and trade associations to help inform that. When it comes to things like emergency management, I've always felt that when a disaster happens, we know that small groups of neighborhoods, people will come together to start to go immediately into recovery. There's a belief that people are going to riot, but that's not true. It's proved out in research that for the most part, people are going to come together, try and recover, and keep moving forward. I've always taken the position that businesses are best prepared to organize those groups. Instead of waiting for emergency management in a county to step in and start doing that organizations, businesses should be thinking about how do we bring these ad hoc groups together so that we can speed up the recovery process. They already know how to run personnel, they set schedules, they know how to acquire things, they order materials. So this is, and what you're describing is, I think, just a bigger version of that, is the importance of business to recognize in order to be successful, you have to have that regional influence. You just can't operate from a point of sale and hope that everything comes together.
And you're going to complain all day. You need to take action. And you need to, if you think you have a solution, you better go talk to your leader in the organization where you belong and make sure that you help out.
I always ask people when they grumble about the politics, did you vote?
Yeah.
And if they say no, I said, I don't want to hear anything you have to say. So,
Well, similar to Joaquin, the IBC also has a big influence in many, many different organizations, and obviously that you're absolutely right. You need to get involved, and we need to do our best to set policy. And some of the situations, it's not uncommon for government to pick winners and losers, and you need to be involved. If you don't get involved in the political process, then you'll be governed by those who do, and that's part of what we do here. Something that occurred during COVID, yet it wasn't necessarily COVID related, it was related more to the immigration crisis that we're living just in a town just north of where I live in Del Rio, Texas. There was 15,000 Haitian migrants that were trying to cross between the ports, not on the ports, and there was a decision to close that port. Ill-advised, horrible. Any business person would have not done that, and we need better collaboration with our with the federal government, and really, hopefully it doesn't happen again, but we need to be prepared for it. So, are there protocols in place? I don't believe so. When we ask CBP in terms of who makes those decisions, well, apparently they're made at the local level, and there's some contingency plans for border closures, and I'm not so sure that the actual local stakeholders have taken have been part of that process. And one of the messages that we always have is get the private sector involved. A lot of times when our both federal and state officials come down to see the border, they don't talk to the private sector. They talk to the public sector, and it's a completely different point of view and different set of circumstances, and the reality is that the private sector, as you said, is involved on a daily basis, and we know what's best for our communities. So, yeah, it's seek local input from the private sector, establish best practices, or maybe set up protocols. We hope that it doesn't happen again, but the actual closing of a port. It happened to be a smaller port, about 60 miles from Eagle Pass, and all that cross-border trade and those trucks had to take an extra, basically 150 miles, cross at a different port. There's many situations where the bill of ladings are different. They're upset. You have to have extra permits to cross at a different border, a different crossing. Many challenges for that to happen. So I don't think that the local individuals were involved with making that decision, and as a result of what we've lived, we should have those protocols set in place.
And I think if I may provide some perspective, like we've only experienced, at least in my lifetime, one closure, and it wasn't as big. It was actually not the commercial port. It was the San Isidro Port of Entry. 8 hours only, and it cost $5 million.
Well,
And this is just like
Yeah.
retail stores and like tourists.
and what's interesting, it was limited to like 500 trucks a day in that particular port compared to 15,000 or 16,000 trucks a day in Laredo. But again, as I mentioned early on, living on the U.S.-Mexico border is completely different from other parts of the world. We have employees that live on the Mexican side, and in order for them to make the commute, they would have had to travel 65 miles south, take the Q, crossing the border, going another 65 miles back north, and make that same jaunt to go back home. It wasn't well thought out. It was closed for 7 days, and it just didn't make any sense whatsoever. The port wasn't blocked. Those folks were crossing between the ports, not at the port, so it really didn't make a lot of sense.
As you, just in this first part of this, in my head as being part of an academic institution, I'm thinking about, okay, what if we were to build a comprehensive business plan for border disruptions, so that was regionally focused? This idea of understanding what are the requirements at this port versus that port? What can you anticipate fuel costs or delays? That's one area of focus. And so as you're all talking, and I'm just throwing it out so it's in the back of your heads too, because I see a follow-up here of building something and starting at one particular region to say, what does that look like, and what does that information look like? I'd like to go moving on to the benefit of knowing who's on the panel is you talk ahead of time so everybody knows what you're going to ask, so you're not surprising anybody. We talked about innovative solutions to operating business during the pandemic. What are those innovative solutions that came up? We've already talked about some of them, of everything from things being local, getting people to the border for vaccines, providing care. We're going to talk about the PPP loans. We chatted about that. But is there anything else in terms of innovative solutions that occurred during this period that are coming to mind as we're talking? I'll just open it. I won't go on the order. Whoever's got something, and go from there.
Yes, we actually thought we had a lot of time to think, and we started thinking that what took us the last 30 years, what took us to this moment, is not what is going to take us to the next 30 years. So we have to change completely our mindsets, and the way you do trade is changing completely. And it was accelerated by by COVID, but the world was changing, and we see that now everything is being handled by e-trade. You have a lot of opportunities by covering the necessities of the people that are in the e-commerce. Let me explain you what we did. We thought that, and we saw it, everybody I was an Amazon buyer myself, but with COVID, everybody become an Amazon e-commerce buyer. So how can you support the new sellers and the new buyers in the e-commerce world? How can you do it at the border? How can you provide a Mexican manufacturer of desk the capability of delivering that desk to a buyer in Chicago? So all those things are changing, and we thought, well, COVID just pushed it a little bit faster, but that was changing already. So how can you provide the new platform to solve the necessities of delivery for those sellers and these buyers? And that's something very interesting. I was reading an article that a person was explaining that 150 years ago, a manufacturer will sell, a producer will sell directly to the buyer. Because if you were planting tomatoes in your hometown, you will go to the local market and sell it directly to a consumer. And that changed during the last 150 years. So now we started to get distributors, distribution centers, and we start getting a lot of different distribution ways of delivering from the manufacturer to the consumer. And now it's being changed backwards, because you have a manufacturer, a producer now that can sell directly to the consumer. It's interesting. Now, as I told you, I'm a manufacturer of desk in Michoacan. I can sell directly to the consumer. So if it's a cross-border trade, how are we at the border level gonna solve that delivery for that manufacturer? And it can be produce, it can be whatever you think. But that's what is changing for the next 30 years. And how are we at the local, at the border level, how are we gonna solve that issue? Now, the issues are being solved. As we all know, there is an ongoing rush for fulfillment centers at the border. You have a lot of companies looking in opening fulfillment centers on the Mexican side in order to take advantage of the lower tax rate on the U.S. side. You have companies going from Bronzeville all the way to Tijuana doing that. We have had a lot of Chinese companies trying to do the same fulfillment from the border. I think that's a great opportunity for everybody. I think it's a great opportunity for my business. But going a little bit into a bigger picture, I think that if you look at it, Mexico is a fulfillment center for the U.S., and the U.S. is a fulfillment center for Mexico. And how are we going to help that producer reach that consumer in that most efficient way?
Yeah, and I think just going off what Joaquin was commenting and looking at the bigger picture, we continue to see emerging concepts, the just in case, we talked about it, and how we depend on the just in time. And just thinking about, all the little things that, border wait times continue to be a challenge. So that is part of the just in case thinking, like what if I can get that across the border right away? The concepts of nearshoring and ally shoring, how can we better take advantage of those partnerships and trade agreements? And then, as the border region, how can we join forces and promoting those competitive advantages versus having, investment go elsewhere in the U.S. or Mexico, right? I'd much rather have someone come and invest in Baja because of the economic spillover to San Diego than have him, south of the country. And on that end, then maybe I'm queuing out the next questions on challenges, but just thinking out loud, all of these are opportunities, but then, as much as we have that huge competitive advantage of our strategic location and access to Latin America, North America, for, in our case, Asia as well, we rely on that connectivity to be efficient. So that's when we think, how can we continue to bet on innovation and technology in terms of facilitating crossings both for passengers and workers and students, and cargo out our ports of entry where the infrastructure is not enough. So whether that is, biometrics, maybe you can schedule, your arrival, at least starting with cargo, and what other ways can we leverage that technology in order to go back to not even pre-pandemic timing, but pre-9/11, like when you could cross the border in 20 minutes.
We learned a lot, obviously, in some of the innovative solutions that are good for one industry may not be good for another industry. And we learned more the importance that we've always had before in our company, that the personal relationships end up being a lot more important than you could have ever imagined. In a service industry, sometimes it's difficult to do things in a remote manner. So, in as much as the banking industry is concerned, remote doesn't work, and you need to take care of your customers. You need to be there for your customers. So, some of those innovative solutions for other industries didn't work for us. But there is it was an opportunity to really dissect your operation and right size, if you will, and make sure that we're all on the same page and allowing to provide the same level of service to your customer base and keep those personal relationships. Again, for some, as we talked earlier, some industries, work from home in a remote working might work, but not for everyone. And our industry decided to capitalize on the solutions that we had before and take it to another level by meeting those personal relationships, and whether it be when possible in person and actually going out and visiting your customers. So not all went to the state-of-the-art solutions.
So the innovative solutions included, based on what I was hearing, is a shift to e-commerce, and at least you're able to pivot to that if you hadn't done it before. It didn't occur to me that 150 years ago it was producer to direct consumer, and now we're right back to that, right? And then the second thing that I heard was connectivity. The just in case, just in time part, and then this idea of relationships. So let's talk about some of the challenges, and let's think of this in the context of coming out of the COVID environment. I'm going to modify the question a little bit. One of the areas of focus for our institute is healthcare. And what I was hearing early on, and I came to this position in October of 21, and I started talking about what are the challenges facing for healthcare specific to industry. And what I heard was workplace violence, but not in the way that you might think. Workplace violence, what gets the headline is the shooting, low event, high impact. But what I heard from industry was the return to work from being holed up in the houses. They saw a significant increase in arguing in the workplace and name calling and verbal altercations, and this idea that people had forgot how to be in relationships with other people. And so how do we, as again, an academic institution, help inform businesses, not from the perspective of who potentially is going to be the next very violent person, but rather who are folks who might need some assistance in that transition back into the workplace? And so our focus has been on wellness programs, and are people taking advantage of wellness programs and is there a process of evaluation? If in your business you have a wellness program that encourages exercise, are people taking advantage of that? Are people being involved? Many businesses have affinity groups or special interest groups. Are people engaging in those? Did they get a bad evaluation? Did they get written up for something? Are they habitually late? Everyone generally offers some form of medical insurance, are people taking advantage of that? All of these things have indicators that if they are or aren't, could be someone who is at risk that we want to talk about. And so And so I know I've kind of taken this, we didn't talk about this on the phone call, but you all brought it up, so I start thinking about this stuff. So let's think about, response to what are challenges. And I've heard connectivity, I've heard relationships matter. What were the challenges that you faced? You can take it at any point of the COVID situation, but let's think about maybe there's an emphasis on coming out of this and where we are today. What are the challenges as you try and find whatever that modified normal is?
I think the first one that comes to mind is childcare and access to childcare. That's been huge. I mean, I think it was probably, I'm sure it was there before the pandemic, but as you know, parents had the opportunity to spend more time with their kids, and then we have like the so-called COVID babies and so on, and getting back to work and the lack of access to affordable childcare has been a challenge, at least in San Diego and countywide. You know, encouraging offices and even, you know, the city and county buildings to have some sort of opportunities for their employees, and just anything from like looking at the smaller businesses too, and at least from the chamber side, providing them with ongoing and almost on demand, you know, for those that cannot come to some of the conferences or the webinars, is looking at, you know, grants and other programs at the local and state level that they could benefit from, and what are their available resources for small business in particular, but also for entrepreneurs, you know, women in business that could potentially help. I don't know that I can talk about a solution point right now, but it's been part of our constant advocacy when we came to, again, to DC and at the county and city levels, just having that be part of a conversation and a vital piece of getting our workforce back. There are some industries in which women were more present as part of their workforce that are still recovering, even though the industry reactivated. So we're talking about tourism, retail, et cetera. Teachers even, and how that, you know, this was a critical piece that is still hindering their efforts to fully recover after the pandemic.
Well, I'm in the logistics business, so the biggest challenge was basically to continue serving your customers. You have a door that has been closed, now you need to open another one. If you have a problem in one port of entry, you need to find a solution. But at the end, our biggest challenge and our biggest responsibility is fulfill our obligations with our customers. We need to deliver. Whatever, we need to deliver. So what we implemented with our cotton customers, we started going through Mexico to the port of Manzanillo and the port of Lázaro Cárdenas in order to reach the Asian markets. And we were going through Altamira in order to reach Pakistan and Turkey. But our customers demanded that we fulfill our obligations and actually deliver the product. So if you couldn't do it through Long Beach or Savannah, Georgia, you needed to we needed to provide a solution for our customers. And we found it. A long time ago, at the South Texas level, there was a concept that was created of the American Third Coast. And the American Third Coast means that you can go through Mexico in order to reach the different markets, or to procure through Mexico products that are coming from everywhere. It has been successful. We are doing it. We have also implemented the Third Coast theory in the products level. We were able to get Senacica and the Mexican SAT to approve in-transit produce through Mexican ports to Texas through Reynosa and Laredo, and we were able to get the ruling so we could do those in transits. So you need to think outside of the box. If somebody tells you no, you cannot come through this door, but find another one. It's challenging, yes. but there is always a way of reaching a solution. And I go back to the concept of getting involved with your organizations. Sometimes getting those solutions have to be pushed and implemented through an organization that can help you provide a solution.
Thank you.
I mentioned it earlier in terms of the need for, additional enhancing our workforce. And during COVID, we obviously saw a lot of stimulus, and some folks went home. Yet we're still generating revenue that was offered by the federal government. And at some point, a lot of those folks decided not to go back. And I can't think of a time when we've had inflation and yet low unemployment rates, but we still can't find enough workers in many, many different industries. So some of those two-income families decided to become one-income family, and the labor participation rates decreased dramatically. So as those labor participation rates and population growth sputters, then we have a need for additional workers. So I go back to the outdated immigration policies and outdated asylum issues. I mean, we have a lot of folks that want to enter the country, and yet we let them in temporarily and don't give them work permits. So it's important that we get involved and send that message here to DC, and hopefully that can fill a huge void as we need additional workers. One thing that I think we haven't focused on, and we should, is on our population. While we're growing, we're also getting older, and there's a book called, I think it's about 10 years old now, and you may have, I think the Wilson Center may have had Jonathan Last here. The book is What to Expect When No One is Expecting. And as we have a little over 10,000 baby boomers retiring every day, we don't have but 9,000 babies being born. And so you see the gap that was created, or that has evolved over the years. We have a huge need for immigrant population and to meet our workforce needs. And I think that's something that we should, all of us, visit with our congressmen and make sure that they're addressing those matters. So improve our immigration system to fill the economic needs of our country.
So this idea of cross-border commerce and workforce development has something that has occurred to me as we've been sitting here chatting. From the higher ed perspective, we produce graduates with bachelor's, master's, doctoral degrees. And I would say in the last 10 years, we've been very theory-focused, if you will. We're now discovering that the students are interested in learning skills. So we have an agriculture program that now incorporates a drone class, so that when they're and so as we think about that, what are the skill sets that a student at 22 years old entering the workforce? I guess the question to the panel is there an expectation that education needs to do more for workforce development to encourage participation? And is that a cross-border issue? You guys didn't know this one was coming, but I'll let you think about that for a minute.
I don't know that we should put all the weight of that responsibility on academic institutions. I think it's up to us also, the private sector, to connect with them and let them know, what are the emerging industries, what part of those supply chains we want to focus on. Is it, want to move to value added, the part of the supply chain, or is it innovation? And I think at the local level, we do have those communication channels between private sector and academic institutions. But I did have a recent conversation with UC San Diego about making that a cross-border conversation. I think there is an understanding of our cross-border workforce, and we've had some sort of the beginning of a conversation. There's an understanding that Baja produces far more engineers than San Diego. that we have a lot of international students and then they leave after. San Diego is also struggling with affordable housing. So we see some of these innovative solutions being, companies that help us bridge that gap. That the company settled in San Diego and connects their San Diego business clients with engineers and working from Tijuana. So they don't have to cross the border. They don't have to move to San Diego. They can, that works. But that is just like one small case. What happens with all the other industries. So that is something that we see as an opportunity for us to get those academic institutions from both sides of the border at the table with the private sector. It's important to say that they have communication. We see cross-border panels, MOUs, double diploma programs, and exchange programs and all that. But in terms of thinking about the future, I think we could do a better job, and that's something that we as a private sector have to be involved in. And, maybe it's up to us to convene, those conversations and let them know what our expectations are and what we would like to see.
We've talked about it, this idea of pushing versus pulling information, where past academics will push. I've done this study, this is what I think is important, as opposed to saying, here's this range of studies, pull what you need in order to be successful. So that I'm kind of thinking through that angle. Anything else, gentlemen? On that?
Well, we believe that the best employee retaining program is education. So we have been investing in bringing classes and courses and paying paying for education for our employees, and they love it. It's easier to keep an employee happy when they see that you're investing in their future. They tend not to leave. And when you have a competitive market where you have a low labor shortage, and everybody's fighting for that good employee with a lot of talent, we have found out that they don't leave when you invest in their education. We have a program in place. We have a very good relationship with South Texas College. We have the president of the South Texas College here with us, Ricardo Solis. There is a program where they send professors to our business, and they have given us classes anywhere from how to train forklift drivers and get them certified. We actually went ahead and certified all warehouse operators as a volunteer firefighters. We had one time we had a history class, and it was crowded. All the employees wanted to be there. It was a South Texas history class provided by the South Texas College with a professor that was a lot of fun. And he was talking about the families in South Texas, and everybody, all the employees were getting familiar with what was going on. It works. I mean, you want to have a very strategic employee retention program, invest in education.
Now, I know our topic is cross-border commerce during and after COVID-19, but this is a great example of where we are in this idea of cross-border commerce. Is that, and one thing that came up was the initial discussion about childcare. And I was thinking about how pre-COVID, it was on the employee to handle their childcare. It was on the employee to get their education before they entered the workforce. And now we've just, in these two conversations, there's clearly a shift about where the employer is now expected to provide some of these amenities in order for folks to do work and to prepare them either skills development or education for that. Did you want to?
It's similar to what Joaquin said. We were fortunate in the area where I live that Constellation Brands built the largest beer brewery in the world, and no one knew how to. A significant portion of their equipment is stainless steel, and there was no place for people learn how to operate and use and mold and maintain stainless steel. So the local colleges, both on both sides of the border, offer courses, technical courses to do that, as well as additional driving schools, the technical and the local colleges that assisted with that. So you obviously need to be involved. We talk about being involved at the federal level, at the state level, at the local level, and yes, obviously adding that line of education will absolutely help retain staff and grow as well.
So we have 12 minutes. Did you want to speak, Hector, on the PPE loan?
Yeah,
Topic.
you asked about the bank's involvement during COVID with our PPP loan, which is the Payroll Protection Program, and yeah, there many banks participated. Not all banks did, but it was a way that the federal government utilized to help save some businesses, notwithstanding all the huge amounts that were basically given to, because they were loans that if you complied with certain underwriting standards, they were forgiven, and the federal hence there are some unintended consequences that we're living with today in terms of inflation and higher interest rates. But at the time, obviously, it was something that helped many businesses survive. And it was a formula that the federal government set up and asked banks to participate as a community bank. And I mentioned relationships. I think it was a much closer contact. It got you to interact more on a one-on-one basis with your customer base. Some other larger institutions had basically applications where you do it online or through your smartphone, and you really didn't have any interaction. As far as IBC is concerned, we did it all face-to-face throughout our entire company, and it really solidified many relationships and allowed us to assist in the process. Hindsight's 2020. Did it help all businesses? Not necessarily. Many perhaps received funds that they didn't necessarily need, but at the same time, it was something that put community banks particularly together with their customers and allowed them the flexibility, particularly when they were completely shut down. Many restaurants, hotels, ironically, the smaller limited service hotels are the ones that did better, that were located on major thoroughfares versus larger full service hotels because of the convention space that was completely closed down. But if it wasn't for that PPP loans, many would have shuttered as well. So it was a great experience, a way that the banking industry really assisted many different customers.
So we're wrapping it up, so I'll give you guys a minute to put your closing thoughts together. I would like to, just from the perspective of Sam Houston State University Institute for Homeland Security, as we move in, our fiscal year starts August 1st and runs a year. And I have the ability to fund research, to fund papers. So for those that are listening today, one area of interest I have is moving. While we do fund academic research projects, I am interested in funding professional development papers. So if you're here and you have something that you want to write about that you feel is important to helping to inform this space or critical infrastructure protection, please come speak with myself or Alberto and talk to us about what your proposal is. If you go to our website, which is ihsonline.org, you can take a look at the different papers that we've published to date. I'm frankly interested in anything that touches any of those critical infrastructure areas that I talked about earlier. If you want to write on that, if you have some piece of knowledge or wisdom or something, we want to hear from you, and we're willing to partner to help you do that. So just putting that out, the more information that we have, the more that folks can draw on and develop their policies, procedures, practices, business continuity plans, the better off that we're going to be served. So we're trying to be that. Then I'll just add one more thing specific to the healthcare industry. We have the Partnership for Healthcare and Emergency Management. We just held an event where we talked about how do you deal with mass casualty events, how do you deal with supply chain issues tied to the healthcare industry, ties right back to commerce. Take a look at that. If there's something that you see there that you're interested in participating in with us, please talk to us. In October, we're going to host an event in the Houston area that talks about what happens if we have a major nation go to a non-kinetic war with us. What happens if some country wants to disrupt all of our industries? There's many ways that we can do that. We're going to have a conference on that. You can see that on our website, but you're all invited to participate or take a look at that. So I appreciate the opportunity to come and be part of this and facilitate this. And so now I'm going to go to the panel for closing statements.
All right, I think just if I could leave you all with one idea is that we talked about binational or international approaches to policy. And although it's a best practice, I wouldn't say it's yet a lesson fully learned. We continue to see policies that we support in concept on either side, but they lack an understanding of the implementation process because they would impact border communities. For example, just to name one, we have transition to zero-emission vehicles that California is moving forward with that we support because, we want to make sure that our industry moves towards sustainability and renewable energy. But when we talk about zero-emission and electric cargo vehicles operating in California, a lot of those are Mexican-operated or Mexican-owned, right? So at that point, we are pushing the pedal on that timeline where our partners in Baja that are playing a critical role in those integrated supply chains will have a very difficult time adapting to. They don't have the infrastructure, they don't have the policies in place, they don't have the support from the federal government in terms of renewable energy and any, in the next few years at least. So, as much as we want to make sure that these policies and initiatives are successful for us to reach our milestones as, whether that's on the domestic side in the US or Mexico or as in terms of the world, we want to have, a seat at the table as the private sector on how we can ensure that the success of those policies. And a lot of that has to do with what Joaquin was mentioning about the importance of more businesses being part of organizations, not just because we want to have more people sitting with us at the table, but we need to hear those stories and have small businesses in particular to tell us what their concerns are, how we can help them, and many times they don't want to face the government in terms of, I don't want to shed a spotlight on me by raising this concern, but organizations such as the Chamber and the BTA can do that for you.
Thank you.
Well, when I was growing up, we had the belief that if it wasn't broken, don't fix it. And now we have to look at it completely different. If it's working, break it. Because somebody's going to come and break it for you. That's what happened with COVID. We had a 30-year business plan that was working perfectly, and suddenly here we have COVID. And we need to react. Well, what if you break it every year? You're not waiting for COVID to come and hit you. You break your system and you rethink your system. You educate yourself to do things completely different. You educate your employees in how can they get better. Actually, we have a new business culture in my company. Is let's get uncomfortable. Let's improve ourselves every day. Don't let things stand still. We need to go back and break it. What if? What if we change this? What if we offer this other solution? What if we change the solution that we're offering? What if we change prices or we change the way we do business? I think that's the best thing that we can take from COVID is that we need to break things before they get broken for us. and change. They change every day. Actually, I decided to take a class in Monterrey, Mexico. I'm taking the IPADE class, and it has been a great experience. I'm about to become 60, and now I think back, and I should have done it 10 years ago. We need to learn strategically how to think different every day.
The just in case perspectives.
Just
Be prepared for that.
Yeah,
2 minutes, Hector.
It's all about the U.S.-Mexico border, and we really need to get involved. We talked about it, get involved in the process, or be governed by those who do. I mean, that we have the best of both worlds on the U.S.-Mexico border. 2 cultures, 2 languages, go back and forth, and we should really do better to inform both Washington and Mexico City of all the amenities that we have and the great workforce on both sides. We may take you up on San Houston State. We've got a project in Texas to really promote the river as an amenity, and a proposal to do linear parks on both sides of the Mexican border. We've got a really small example in Piedras Negras and a huge example in Laredo, and I think that those could be something for your study in order to make it happen. So we want to take the best of both and realize that there's amenities along the border all the way from Tijuana to Brownsville.
So the 3 takeaways. Number 1 is understanding policy and the reality of implementation. Number 2, if it's working, break it. And number 3, U.S.-Mexico border policy, get involved. So I think those are the 3 things that came out of this. I hope you found this informative. Thanks for being part of this. It was nice to meet all of you, and I think we're at a break, right?
Not quite.
Oh, okay, I tried.
Right there, yeah.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Mike, for moderating a great panel. Thank you all for being with us. As we had anticipated in the prep call, it was a really great discussion, so thank you. We're gonna, there will be a break, I promise. But before we break, we are delighted to hear from Diane Rodriguez, who is the Executive Director of Cargo and Conveyance Security at U.S. Customs and Border Protection here in Washington, D.C. In this role, Ms. Rodriguez provides leadership in daily operations of CBP's cargo processing, enforcement, and trade operations at the ports of entry and the centers of excellence and expertise. She previously served as area port director of the Cleveland area, and before that had a number of CBP positions in Chicago. However, she started her career with the former U.S. Customs Service in 1991 as a customs inspector at the El Paso, Texas port of entry, so she clearly knows the region of which we're speaking today. She's a graduate of the University of Wisconsin-La Crosse with a BA in political science and a minor in Spanish. Diane, thank you so much for being with us this morning. We really appreciate it. We're looking forward to hearing from you, and if time permits, we may have an opportunity for just a couple questions.
All right, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? All right. Well, it's certainly a pleasure to be here with you today, to be able to speak with you and really get you up to date or talk about U.S. Customs and Border Protection and our role in facilitating legitimate trade and travel coming into the United States. So thank you for the introduction. I have been here in headquarters since the end of November in this acting role as the Executive Director over Cargo and Conveyance Security. Certainly been a very interesting position, and I've learned a lot here, and it's of course allowed me the ability to meet with many stakeholders. So again, I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. So CBP continues to carry out its primary responsibilities to protect the American people, safeguard our borders, and enhance the nation's economic prosperity through facilitation by ensuring lawful trade and travel through our ports of entries. CBP has seen over a 22% increase in trade volumes across the southwest border since pre-COVID times. As you know, Title 42 public health order ended on 11:59 p.m. on May 11th, 2023, and CBP resumed processing migrants under Title 8 authorities, including processing non-citizens determined to be inadmissible to the United States for an appropriate immigration enforcement action. CBP, through the Office of Field Operations, processes all travelers in a safe, efficient, and orderly manner. We are prepared to efficiently process any non-citizens who arrive at our ports of entry under existing laws, policies, and regulations. Processing dispositions for non-citizens without documents sufficient for lawful admission will be determined on a case-by-case basis. While our land border ports of entries are already experiencing a 20% rise in traffic volumes compared to pre-COVID volumes, CBP has mechanisms in place to ensure an orderly flow into the ports of entry and limit disruption to other operations, including the facilitation of lawful trade and travel. While lifting Title 42 has mostly affected our southern border, we also have seen increased traffic at our northern border. We are also seeing our airport traffic continuing to climb towards pre-pandemic levels. To address the workload, OFO, the Office of Field Operations, has worked diligently during the last year to continue advancing innovative technologies to provide smoother processing. CBP's continued efforts to leverage technology has enabled our frontline personnel to continue their enforcement efforts and facilitate trade and travel at our 328 U.S. ports of entry across the United States. This lawful trade and travel facilitation remains our priority, however, not at the expense of national security. As you are aware, CBP officers and agents utilize a variety of large-scale and small-scale non-intrusive inspection, commonly referred to as NII systems, to inspect sea containers, rail cars, trucks, automobiles, pallets, and various packages and parcels thoroughly and quickly for the presence of contraband and illicit radiological materials. This past fiscal year for 2022, CBP utilized more than 370 of these large-scale NII systems to scan almost 8 million conveyances, which aided in the interdiction of more than 100,000 pounds of narcotics and approximately 2 million of undeclared U.S. currency. As threats and hazards evolve and trade volume increases, CBP recognizes that automated, integrated technology and operational solutions are an effective way to counter trade-based threats. We are focused on deploying innovative technology and enhancing our concepts of operations to increase the probability of interdiction while streamlining inspection operations. CBP will continue to direct available resources to its priority missions at ports of entry, including protecting public safety and national security, interdicting the flow of narcotics and contraband, and facilitating, again, lawful trade and travel. This may include deployment of additional CBP personnel to our southwest border ports of entry. While we have deployed officers to these locations that are experiencing higher operational demands, we do not intend to increase the numbers and do not foresee the airports being impacted. Our assessment of staffing continues to ensure levels are appropriate for current operations and align with appropriated funding levels. As a side note, our efforts have also streamlined processes at our ports of entry and reduced the administrative data entry for our officers. One of our technologies is the CBP One mobile application. It's a free application which serves as a single portal to a wide variety of CBP services. Through a series of guided questions, the app directs users to the appropriate services based on their needs. Additionally, the app now includes a scheduling functionality, which allows an individual non-citizen to schedule a time and place at certain land border ports of entry to present themselves for inspection. Another area of innovative practices, CBP, in conjunction with Mexican Customs, developed the Unified Cargo Processing, an innovative concept in which both CBP and Mexican Customs perform joint cargo clearance and examinations at major southwest border ports of entry in Arizona, Texas, and California. By conducting joint cargo processing, CBP has reduced duplicative cargo inspections and wait times at the borders. This in turn has lowered the cost of doing business in the region as well as enhancing our national security for both countries. Unified cargo processing operations have been successful in bridging communication with our Mexican Customs counterparts, increasing efficiency of inspections and promoting collaborative targeting efforts. There has also been an environmental impact. A 2018 study conducted calculated the emissions reduction benefits of the Unified Cargo Processing Program. This analysis found that UCP, Unified Cargo Processing, along with the free and secure trade programs, substantially reduced queue lengths and processing times to deliver an approximately 85% reduction in emissions associated with queuing and cargoing, inspection delays at locations without these programs. As international passenger volumes continue to rise, we are monitoring closely and using all available information to project volumes throughout the remainder of fiscal year 23. CBP remains committed to our industry stakeholders and their growth, along with, again, our role in facilitating legitimate trade and travel at the borders. So I thank you for the opportunity again to be able to speak to you. If there are any questions, I can take some of those.
Great, thank you very much. We really appreciate your being here and those great remarks. I think, it's always been a challenge, right, for CBP, that balance between facilitating as legitimate trade, legitimate movement, and making sure that the bad stuff and the bad guys don't get in.
Absolutely.
We really appreciate those efforts, and I think maybe if there are questions, there we go. I don't think we have a mic, so if you speak up, I think we'll be able to hear. Maybe what I'll do is take 2 or 3, and then
Sure.
we'll give you a chance to answer. So, Jerry,
No
please.
problem.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you very much for joining us for joining us today. I live and work on the border in Laredo, Texas. My question is regarding CTPAT certification processes being reactivated again and doing the certifications for our
The validation.
Mexican truckers that we all want to be certified. So, there was a suspension for a number of years of that. When do you anticipate that being reactivated? And if there is being reactivated now, what is the plan? How do you envision, the future of the CTPAT trusted shipper programs that we all work so hard for?
Certainly, completely understand. CTPAT, our Customs Trade Partnership Against Terrorism program, started after 9/11. It was stood up. With that, it is a very important program. And constantly looking to the program, benefits that can be, given to our CTPAT members, constantly doing that evaluation and how do we get more into our program. Specific to your question, the validations, there was a number of issues this past couple of years, obviously COVID, where the program did move to virtual validations, and then again now with validations taking place in Mexico. So that has again started. We are doing validations in Mexico in some of the locations, but we also have a number of restrictions that we have to, given the travel, that we have to take into consideration, and understanding that, yes, there is a backlog of those validations just because of the last couple of years with COVID. But it does remain our priority with the program to get through those backlog of validations.
Thanks. And we had a question right here.
Sergio Puig from the University of Arizona in Tucson. Increasingly, there has been an issue that the Mexican government has raised about the arms trafficking into Mexico, as well as the illegal diversion of legal arms sold in the U.S. Is there anything that your office can do or is doing, and what do you think about what the raising this issue as a real concern for Mexico and Mexicans in Mexico. Thank you.
Certainly understand the issue. It doesn't primarily fall within cargo and conveyance security, so I really wouldn't be able to answer much beyond that. We are, of course, I do have export does come under cargo and conveyance security, and we are looking at areas in terms of how we can be more efficient when it comes to outbound processing in terms of cargo also. There are a number of efforts underway in terms of a pilot program for our export modernization in terms of being able to get the cargo manifest as it departs the U.S. So that is something that we are working on. Fortunately, I can't really speak much further to your question about the arms trafficking concerns.
And maybe do have one more question.
Sorry.
Well, let's see how are well. Let's see how.
We
If
should
it's
be
a
fine.
quick question,
It's a quick
maybe
question.
we can
I'm
take a
good.
couple.
Okay. Thank you. Juan Carlos Villa with Taxation and Transportation Institute. The question is, if you're planning to expand the UCP program, as you mentioned, it's been very beneficial. So to expanding to all ports of entry, if there's a plan to do that.
There's not currently a plan, but it's certainly something that can be taken into consideration. I'm not sure what location you're particularly referring to, but certainly willing to have that conversation.
Okay, I think Luis, you had a question, and then maybe we'll come over here to Lance if we can. I'm sorry, I'm making.
Yeah, so the unified cargo inspections are pretty effective. We've been doing some time measurements.
Mhm.
How viable is the ability to have this service done at a private facility, like one that I would own?
Right now, they're being conducted at the ports of entry, and it's a good question. I really don't have a good answer to give back to you. I hadn't really thought about it, but certainly, again, I can get back to you with an answer.
Let me give you the reason why.
Mm-hmm.
The infrastructure, we are right at the bridge, but the reason why we ask that is that you don't have the infrastructure to support the millions of dollars that we're spending to keep the product in a good quality condition.
Produce?
Produce,
Okay. So you have a cold storage?
that's right.
Okay. I'd have to get back to you on that. I'm not quite sure what the parameters of the program are when it was developed and whether or not that was addressed.
So paid for service, it's okay. I mean, we're not asking for it to
Mhm.
be gratis.
Sure. No, I understand. So,
Thank you.
all right.
Okay, and I know we had a question down in front from Lance, which
He can't
might-
ask any questions.
which might even connect to Luis's question. I'm
You
not
had your
sure.
opportunity yesterday.
I know, thank you. Lance Youngmer with the Fresh Produce Association of Americas, and I am doing a follow-up to the same question.
Mhm.
It's more of a comment, I guess. The UCP has been really appreciated by the industry on both sides, and as we've seen more fresh produce coming from Mexico and the United States, and from the United States into Mexico, now we have a lot of apples and pears and other things going. There is to Lisa's question, a deficiency at the ports of entry where most of the Southwest ports of entry are open-air docks for inspections, and they're not enclosed, refrigerated. So there's a real opportunity for the U.S. and Mexico, I think, to work together here to rethink UCP and the facilities and retrofit some of the major ports so that there is that protected, cold, refrigerated, and food safety inspection space.
Certainly.
Comment.
No, I'll take that back to the team and talk to them about it. See what we can do.
Can we do one more question?
Sure. One more.
Okay, great. All right, Daniel, please.
Hi, Daniel Covarrubias from Texas A&M International University. Can you give us an update on the X-ray machines that you were going to do a pilot project on at the Brownsville Bridge at Mid-Bridge to go ahead and inspect cargo there? And what do you expect is going to happen with those? How much more cargo are you going to inspect than what you're inspecting right now? And if the idea is to put them in all ports of entry as well?
So specific to Brownsville, I don't have the current update. I know they're being we've have those pre-primary. So as you're aware, the goal is to get these in for the ports of entry. Obviously, we're limited in terms of funding and where we can put these. Of course, there's also a space issue at some ports of entry. But the goal is to have the vehicles, the trucks and passenger vehicles eventually run through the scans pre-primary. And really, that's another automation effort that CBP is working on in order to do that all up front before everything gets to primary. Again, it's based on funding, and that actually falls under another office. CCS does not have NII anymore, but I can get you an update. I'll stop by and get your card and certainly give you an update specific to Brownsville.
Well,
All right.
Diane, thank you so much
Thank you.
for joining us. You know you have a busy schedule. We appreciate you coming by. And we will take a short break.
Administration to administration, and it makes it very challenging. That's why there's so few bridges. If you really think about how much NAFTA has brought traffic and movement and economic development, if you just compare the infrastructure that lines up with that, it's not there, and it's not growing because it's very, very challenging. So today, we want to actually discuss that, Congressman, and I'm really, really honored because he actually happens to be my congressman, both operationally and in our home as well. So we also live in his district in San Antonio, so I'm honored on both sides. Yeah.
So I want to welcome you today
Thank you.
and give you an opportunity to express what you believe your constituents need, and also, because it differs sometimes, as you're up here, that sometimes you see that it's a different policy rather than what is actually being asked. So would you share some of that with us?
Yeah, back home in Texas is night and day difference than in Washington. Not only was it 124 degrees heat index the other day in Eagle Pass, temperature-wise, but also just the way people view things and the obstacles. You mentioned that as well. And so part of up here, time is always of a premium. You get pulled in all these different directions. Arguably the most important couple of weeks of an appropriator is the markup. But a lot of folks talk about trade and talk about the importance of trade. It's the first thing, easy to say, easy to talk. But it's another thing to talk the talk, it's another thing to walk the walk. And that's exactly what I've tried to do, is view it through the lens of bringing people together, bringing countries together, realizing that what happens in our neighbor Mexico impacts Texas and certainly the United States in a very real way. And also, things aren't just going to happen on their own. They're not just going to fall in your lap. Things aren't just going to solve themselves. You got to go out and you got to work it and figure out what the obstacles are. I viewed it through the lens of, yes, my district's important, 23rd District of Texas, 800 miles of the southern border. I have ports in Eagle Pass, in Del Rio, in Presidio, in Tornillo, in El Paso. But I also view it through the importance of other ports, whether that's in Texas, in the Valley, Laredo, other places, or whether that's across the country, whether it's in Arizona, whether it's in California. All of it is interconnected. What happens in one place certainly impacts the other. What I've found, though, is while American politics is complicated, try Mexican politics. And many people don't understand that world, nor do they care to understand that world. It is so foreign to them that they don't even want to dive into it. And I get it. I understand why. But you have to understand both worlds in order to figure out where the roadblocks are, and ultimately get things over the finish line. It's why I traveled to Mexico City, and I had to sit down with President López Obrador a few months ago. I thought that was very productive. And I'm sure we're going to talk about some of the different issues that we face, but it's also why I traveled to Monterrey and I sat down with business leaders there, and just all of it is just very much interconnected. But once again, y'all live this world. You understand this world. There's many people that do not. They don't understand it. And from a political standpoint, it's easy to beat up our neighbors. You see it. We do it all the time. We beat up our neighbors. We blame them for everything that's wrong. And guess what? They do too. López Obrador gets on his morning podcast, and you can't miss when you're blaming the gringos for everything that's wrong with Mexico. So it's this two-way street, and that's a lot of fun. That's good politics, but that doesn't make for good policy. And in a district like ours, it's important, and it's important for us to cut through that and deliver real tangible results.
Thank you. So as far as that, now let's actually talk about tangible results. As you well know, there's a lot of obstacles right now with getting the permitting, the presidential permit exactly. There are some bridges, such as San Vale's bridge that was congressionally approved, back in the 60s. But since then, it's just been a challenge. Is there something that Congress could look at, is working on to help maybe change that and maybe go back to, the bridge law in 1972 or back to 1968 that could be possible for other bridges, especially if locally and congressionally you have that support, whether it aligns or does not align with the president at this time or the State Department?
The presidential permit process is so complex, and it is one that's very difficult, and one, as a member of Congress, that I look through. You have to take it very serious. You have to be able to go, am I going to vet all these different folks and then put my thumb on the scale in the one area that I think is going to be the most impactful, or am I going to do for all? Am I going to do for none? I mean, it's very, as you navigate that process, part of what I've learned as an appropriator, two things. One, no one comes into my office and says, Tony, we have plenty of money, we need less money this year, right? It's always, we need more money, okay? Which I get, okay? The second part of it is no one comes to my office and says, we're doing a terrible job, my competitor's doing a wonderful job. It's always, they're doing a wonderful job and they will be the next best thing. So when you get that, how do you navigate your way through it and go, what's real, what's half-truth, what's not? And honestly, it boils down to spending the time and the energy and the effort to do that. And also realizing Congress cannot do it alone. You mentioned the administration. It's important to have relationships with the administration to be able to go, wait a second here, why are you not doing this? How do you work your way through it? I think, from a legislative standpoint, it probably makes some sense to how do you streamline some of the things, but it boils down to just finding people that are committed to do the work. There's a lot of things you can do here in Congress. Trade is one of those things that everybody likes to talk about, but it gets ugly fast. There's a lot of obstacles. There's a lot of, you expend a lot of political capital doing these different things. So what I've tried to do is, once again, not only talk the talk, but walk the walk, and also find other members that I feel can be helpful in solving this problem. And oh, by the way, they're not all Republicans, right? I know Henry Cuellar, he's the ranking member of the Homeland Approach Committee that we're marking up right now. He couldn't make it today, but this is a way, hey, how do you cut through the partisanship and deliver results, especially from a trade aspect, that trade, protects and it impacts local communities, but also state economics, but ultimately national economics as well. But it's sieving through all that.
Okay. Now you mentioned, you went and spoke with the administration in Mexico. Was there something mentioned during your meetings that could resonate with this administration to help expedite some infrastructure or bridges? Was there any of those talks?
Yeah, two of my takeaways from meeting with the administration is one takeaway was the people of northern Mexico are very similar to the people of southern Texas. They're so far away from their central government that they feel they're on their own, right? And that's a good and that's a bad thing. They kind of just make it happen. They go about their business. They find a way to get to yes. They don't wait on somebody else to solve their problems. They're not expecting the central government to come down and alleviate things. They feel very much, they're on the frontera and they're going to make it happen. People of Texas feel very much the same way. Whoever's in the administration, it's usually like, we're Texans first and then we're Americans type of approach. So northern Mexico, that was one of my takeaways. It looks like there's a disconnect, if you will. And not only with this administration on the Mexican side, philosophical belief, but just in general, I think the geographics of it. When I was in El Paso meeting with some folks, and this was a couple weeks before I went and visited Mexico, I said, I'm going to sit down with the president. What do you want me to ask? And it was pretty simple, and I thought it was pretty powerful. It's a lot of things that I hear from my constituents. We just want him to show up. We just want him to come visit Juarez. we just want him to come visit some of these border communities, that in itself. And he actually did, to his credit, a couple of weeks later. So I think these are things, that's one aspect that I saw. The other aspect that really struck me with the Mexico side is, unlike our government, and it changes, this, it changes back and forth with administrations, but unlike our government where there's all these bureaucratic lanes, essentially that President López Obrador, he likes to see an audience, and you can go straight to the horse's mouth, and you can go straight to go collect $200. You don't have to go through this whole process. If you get in front of him, and there's governments like this, if you get in front of them, he is controlling a lot of the different levers. While he has his ministers and his secretaries, he's the one. So a lot of people are going, all right, how do I get an audience with the president? Very different than our system. But that was one of the things that was very evident to me too, is, and we brought up some, myself, Congressman Cuellar in particular brought up one issue. Yes, we talked about security, that took a lot of time. We talked about trade, we talked about some of these other things, but one of the things that I thought was important that we brought up water. And sometimes these bilateral communications and agreements, they're as difficult as the USMCA and what that looks like, but sometimes they're as difficult as water. Mm-hmm. And when I'm going through, and my farmers along the border are going, hey, how do we release some of this water? And I started to realize, hey, this water that's in Chihuahua, and that we're asking to be released because of these agreements that we had, has really less to do with the United States, and going, look, we're not holding this water because we don't want Texas to get it. We're holding this water because we don't want Tamaulipas to get it, right? So kind of that inner government politics. Mm-hmm. And then I'm like, now it makes more sense, right? So it's like, it's not about you. How do you get to what is the real issue? What is the real obstacle? And how do you figure out a way to, navigate that?
Right. So something interesting you mentioned, and I think it's also been the experience of Glafiro here in the audience. He was able to get his presidential permit on the Mexican side.
Sure.
A lot quicker than he's been able to get the U.S. one. So because of that more streamlined process, do you believe that congressionally something can be done to streamline it a little more instead of having so many agencies that I'm sure there's agencies that are very pertinent and some that for whatever reason were created or to have some type of relationship, but because they're not actively involved in the day-to-day operations, they may not be giving it the importance. And is there a way to trim things down to hold the process more accountable?
Ruben, I've been in Congress for 3 years. I served 20 years in the military, retired, jumped right into politics. I've been in Congress 3 years. And last term, there was a little over 100 bills out of 10,000 that were initiated in the House, a little over 100, slightly over 100 that were signed into law. And one of those bills is mine, and it's proudly displayed in my office. And I realized from my first term to my second term, it's not necessarily about the bills that you hang on the wall. It's about the bills that you kill that don't get hanged on somebody's wall. Because in a lot of ways, there is a lot of government that is already there. There's a lot of regulation. And politically, everyone wants to come and save the day. And I caught myself doing that too. It's like, oh, look, check out this bill that I passed and this, the presidential pen and, very proud. And I started like, wait a second here, So I think that you bring up a very good point to go, who is willing to cut some of this regulation? That's not sexy. That's not going, oh, hey, you help do X, Y, or Z. But in many cases, that can be more effective than adding another layer, adding another organization, adding another department. But when you do that, if you're going to start cutting, you better know what you're doing, right? Because you can break some things. But if you do know what you're doing, then all of a sudden you can streamline that process. So that's one of the things that our office has done. And I encourage you, if this is a space that's important to you, to reach out to our office, is to be able to navigate this, understand it, and be able to go, yes, we're on board, this makes sense. But you just don't have enough people that are willing to do that, willing to go against the, you have a lot of people that want to put bills on their wall, But how many people do you have out there that aren't obstructionists? You know, we've got some folks that all they want to do is burn the place down. And I get that. I want to do that sometimes too. But to, in an adult manner, go through and go, maybe we have enough regulation. How do we streamline some things? How do we remove some things? And I'll be honest, to me, the most powerful way to do that isn't through legislation. It's through appropriations. It's to go, y'all do whatever you want to do. We're going to determine how much money that department gets. And you know, you can want to add 87,000 new employees all day long on one agency, but if there's no money and your budget gets cut in half, guess what you're going to be doing, or vice versa. So there are tools that we can do today that our office and other offices, you know, Henry Cuellar's done a great job of really understanding that as well, but it's through the appropriation process.
Very interesting. That's a good angle. So let's kind of switch gears a little bit. So, as you know, as you well know, down in your district, you've got a heavy issue with migration. And I know the policies here in Washington, or the views are you know, on both ends. But you're living it. Your district is living it. What can actually be done in conjunction with, per se, the private sector, the users of the bridges, to kind of help keep it more secure, but keep commerce moving quicker? And what have you seen? What would you like to share there?
You know, from a security standpoint, and this is where trade and security are tied at the hip, whether you want to or not. And many folks only see the security piece, and they never can get to the trade and commerce, and then ultimately the cultural piece as well. They get stuck in that first stage. Part of what I push for is, nobody knew places like Eagle Pass 2 years ago. Nobody knew places like Del Rio 2 years ago, places like Uvalde that is in my district a couple years ago. Now everybody sees them on TV all the time. And these communities, which are pretty small, rural communities, in many cases, they've been turned upside down. And I was just in La Pryor, it's outside of Uvalde, in between Eagle Pass, on Friday. And I visited a ranch, a farm, that has had 35 high-speed chases through their property in the last 10 months. Just pure chaos, right? So what ends up happening is their life is changed. Everything along the border is changed, and everyone's focused on security. I'm of the mindset of separating border security from immigration. These are two separate topics. They're very much related, but they're two separate topics. And we can all be in support of a strong border that prevents bad actors from entering our country. Fentanyl from killing our kids, folks on the terrorist watch list from coming on board, gang members. Nobody should want this in their community. I don't care where you are. That's one. On the other aspect, we are a warm nation that is built on trade and commerce, that is built, and you only understand that unless you live it, unless you spend the time, unless you understand, hey, people in El Paso or Eagle Pass, you know, they live in Eagle Pass, but they go over to Piedras Negras and they go for their doctor appointment or to visit their abuelita, or they just go back and forth. It's culturally one. You can separate the two. And then from a labor standpoint, you're seeing millions of people come over here illegally, essentially going down a route that they're claiming asylum, which 9 out of 10 won't qualify for asylum. And they're expected to live in the shadows for the duration of a life. Doesn't make any sense to me. And part of where I disagree with the Biden administration is they're encouraging that. Instead of going, stop, that's a dead end, that's not working, and going, how do you bring these people over legally? And instead of being smuggled in a train or smuggled in a truck or in the trunk of a car, they can fly on a plane, come, have an employer on the American side, work for X amount of time, and then, oh, by the way, get on a plane and fly back to Guatemala or wherever to go visit their family. You can solve this problem, and I'm working on a piece of legislation, been working on it for a couple of years now. It's called the Hire Act. We haven't introduced it yet because it's bipartisan. We got a lot of bipartisan support, but that's not enough. I mean, that's enough to get you a headline and get you a splash and, oh, a bipartisan piece of immigration. I'm looking at something to go, what can pass in the 118th Congress that can alleviate some of the stress on both the illegal side and the legal side? To me, you start with work visas. That makes all the sense in the world. And if you look at a lot of these people, I've spoken with thousands of these folks that have come over. No one's coming and going, I can't wait to vote for Joe Biden. They're going, I can't wait to get a job. I can't wait to send money back home. I can't wait to change my life. If you can do that, and then look at from their aspect, what happens when they've given up everything, come to this country, and then what if their mother gets sick? And guess what? Want to go back home to be at their mother's bedside, during those last moments. Like everybody in the Hispanic culture or anyone in general, right? What happens when they can't do that, right? And you can solve a lot of problems. You can offer incentives to get people to do it the right way, but it takes ganas. It takes political will to be able to go forward. Because if you talk about immigration, one of two things happens. One, oh, you're for amnesty. You want to give amnesty for everyone, which I don't agree with. I don't think that makes a lot of sense. Or it just gets spun. So it's once again having those political leaders that have the will to navigate the process and ultimately bring people on board. This can't be one person against it. It has to be Congress, administration coming together.
Yeah, and I'm personally going to agree with something like that, the work visa aspect, because it legitimizes the people that are actually working regardless. But nobody's paying into the system. Nobody's paying into the employer retention side, the taxes side. So I believe that instead of the government, especially if they're just here to work. I mean,
Sure.
there's some bad actors, like you said.
Sure.
But if somebody's just here to work, and gosh, everybody knows we need workers. I mean, everybody's short. I mean, I wish I could hire some of these guys to drive trucks.
sure.
I mean,
I'm sure.
But it gets to a point to where you have the opportunity, but you're right, nothing's being done. And I hope, such as yourself, other congressmen and the Senate also will have the courage to finally take that on and take this opportunity that's kind of been thrown on us.
Yeah.
And turn it into something good.
And I'm of the mindset, it doesn't have to be either or. I mean, I'm sure you would hire a dozen American workers if you could find them,
yeah.
if you had them. So it's not about, putting, foreign workers above American workers. It's the exact opposite. And I think if you can alleviate some of that stress, all of a sudden you solve a few problems at the same time, but it takes a lot of political will to navigate it all.
Absolutely. Actually, I'd like to open the
Let's do
forum.
it.
If you've got to add anything else, and then we'll take some questions.
Yeah,
as
let's take
well.
some questions, and then I'll close out.
We must have answered everything.
Hi, sorry, Chris Ojeda, student at UC Berkeley. You mentioned that you were not for amnesty. I was wondering if you could expand on that a bit.
Yeah, I've seen immigration reform hasn't been solved in 3 decades. And the reason why it hasn't been solved is because everybody wants to take the whole enchilada at one time, and it fails. It's too big. There's too many problems. There's so many people against it. Oh, it doesn't go far enough. Oh, it goes too far. And you shoot holes in it, and it dies before it even gets going. And so when you bring up amnesty, you say the word amnesty. On the Republican side, it's like a dog whistle. It's just immediately, I don't care. You've lost me. You've lost all these people. So politically, it's off the vine. And so I'm getting away from that. And I think all these problems need to get solved. I mean, there's all these people living in this country illegally. How do you solve that problem? The folks, the DACA, the Dreamers, how do you solve that? There's a lot of different problems to solve. My aspect, instead of trying to solve them all at once, how about you start by solving one thing? If you can solve one thing, then try to solve 2 things, and then you build momentum from there. If you can't solve in my eyes, if you can't get work visas, if you can't get people together and agree, hey, we have a work shortage in this country, and how do we fix this? How the heck are you gonna solve millions of people being here illegally that politically is a lightning rod? So that's why I stay completely away from that. There's a lot of folks on the Hill that have a lot of ideas, that have had a lot of ideas. This isn't a new topic. Right? It's a topic we regurgitate over and over and over again. People give these fancy speeches, get everybody excited one way or another, and then everybody goes back and does it again and again, and nothing happens. I view it through the lens of what can get accomplished in the 118th Congress. It may not be everything I want, may not be everything everybody else wants, but if we can move one piece at a time, if you can move one step, then you've proven you can move one step. And ultimately, from a member standpoint, from a member of Congress standpoint, it's finding out, it's sieving through the bullshit and finding out who's real, who's fake, who's here to work, who's here to just give the speeches and raise the money. And that's the hardest part. And finding that coalition of people on all sides that are going, you know what, this is the right thing to do for my district, for the country, and I'm willing to expend real political capital to do that. Also, I'm trying to not put people, I'm trying to encourage as many people to be part of that process. The bigger you make it, the more you start talking about some of these contentious issues, you give them a reason to say no. I'm trying to give members a reason to say yes. And I think you scope it down to a point that does that.
Hi, sorry. You talked about work visas, so I'm just thinking also about, like, you know, thinking outside the box and looking at border communities. Have you considered, or is there an opportunity for work visas that connect businesses with workers in the Mexican side that don't necessarily want to move to the U.S.? So some sort of like cross-border visa in which, you know, a worker in Mexico can cross-work, come back, not interested in path, you know, towards citizenship. And that may be a middle point, you know, between moving forward with work visas, but not make this a conversation about immigration.
I think that's the key. I think you said it right on the head. That's the key. The key is to change the conversation to not everybody that comes to the United States wants to be an American citizen and vote for X, Y, or Z. Because that's where the conversation is now. A lot of people that come to the United States and view the United States, they view it as an opportunity, an economic opportunity to change their life, period. And if you can remove the politics from it, remove that citizenship like you mentioned, and start in a different area, then I think you start getting that conversation. And I have met so many people that have no interest. They're here to make money and provide a better life for themselves, but they're very proud of wherever they're from. They want to go back. They want to do these different things, but there's a lot of landmines sprinkled throughout this. But I agree. I think it has to start in a manner of scoping it down. I've got time for one more question, and then I've got to run back to appropriations.
Representative Gonzalez, I'm from El Paso, Texas, and I live with this every day. We have a huge shadow workforce that can't come out into the light, and I love what you say about bringing them into the light so people can work, you know, and because they want to work. And so when you propose what you're proposing, it's a great idea. What do you think the chance of success is bringing that to the table?
It's the reason why I've been so patient with it, and I've just now started to talk about it more publicly, even literally for 2 years, been building it out, crafting it out, piecing it together and navigating where all the obstacles are. What I've quickly learned is I need a lot of help, and that's my ask to everyone in this room. Is when I view this situation, I view it as I'm a problem solver. I spent 20 years in the Navy as a cryptologist. You give me a problem, and I find a way to solve it, okay? What's the way to do it? And it's never a direct line. It's always 2 steps forward, 1 step back. It's always very complicated. So I think it's the right thing for our country. I think it alleviates, to your point earlier, alleviates the illegal aspect of it. I think it encourages the legal aspect of the immigration process, of work visas, I think it strengthens the relationship between the United States, Mexico, and Central America. I think it's a lot of things that are positive. But one of the negatives is how do you find the political will to navigate through? And so one of my takeaways is I need help. I need help from your organizations, from your companies, your interests. Why? Because you live this space. You've lived it for decades. You live along the border. You understand it in a very different way than many of us in Congress do. So I'd encourage you to reach out to Cesar, my chief, and get some time with us. We're very interested in that. The other aspect of it too is you know, we need support. It has to be an echo chamber of gaining support. This place, I mean, I won't get into the details, but one of the discussions we were having earlier was what organization is going to score X, Y, or Z. So many people up here view it solely through a political lens. How is this going to help me politically? How is this going to hurt me politically? Probably a pretty smart thing to do. is to kind of, hey, how is this going to do? But if you're willing to take that political risk, you better have the friends to support you in a manner that goes, no, this isn't some random person, group of congressmen that are doing this. This is what we want. This is what the greater business community, the nonprofits, the everyday people, the small business owners, just this swell. It has to be a groundswell in my eyes, because everyone's tried all these different things. And I'm not saying that those aren't positive things, but nothing has happened. So it has to be, in my eyes, a groundswell from the ground up of people going, now's the time. And it can't just be border communities. It has to be people in Alabama going, hey, I'm tired of waiting 30 minutes to get a table. I'm tired of, X, Y, or Z. People throughout the country. I got to get going on this, but we need your help. Please reach out to us. Thank you for having me, Ruben.
No, thank
and
you.
I appreciate the conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman. What a powerful address, always, when we hear from you. Again, I'm Britton Mullen, the president of the Border Trade Alliance. Thank y'all for being here. At this time, we are going to take a few minutes to explore potential policy initiatives to enhance border infrastructure and streamline its development. As we all know, the border cannot reach its full potential and prosperity if the infrastructure is outmoded and not equipped to keep pace with the increasing levels of trade and travel. Joining us from the Senate Commerce Committee, Staff Director for Senator Cruz, is Brad Grants. So he's going to give us a view from the Congressional Capitol Hill standpoint. Welcome, Brad. Here you are.
Oh.
You want to sit or you want to stand?
I could stand.
Okay.
I end up sitting most of the day, so it's better to, I think, spend some time standing and burn off a few calories. Thanks for having me here. Before I came, I had a chance to talk to Senator Cruz, who extended his disappointment that he wasn't able to address you in person. He's got 2 hearings this morning. This is the issue that I'm going to talk about is probably the one that consumes maybe the most amount of time over the last several weeks, and will consume the most amount of time in the upcoming months. He gave me one piece of advice. He said, Brad, just remember, just because you can't give a good speech doesn't mean you can't give a short speech. So I'll try to be brief and direct in my remarks. As Britton mentioned, the thing that we are laser focused on right now is the bridge construction for Laredo, for Eagle Pass, and the other communities in Texas. And so we have been working nonstop on how do we unstick the presidential permits that are required for these projects under the International Bridge Act, not to mention, of course, Stark Margo. And the reason for that, of course, is the immense economic value that it means to Texas, the communities that are along the border, as well as the country as a whole. Mexico is our 3rd largest trading partner, as you all know, and it is integral to our entire country's economy that we have efficient movement of goods. We've seen what happens when we have supply chain bottlenecks. For just dealing with it in the last couple of weeks at Long Beach again, where you've had the images of container ships just stalled in the Pacific Ocean waiting to come into the country. And so the idea that movement of freight or trucks are waiting at the border for hours upon hours to get into the country is really unacceptable. And so we've been trying to work with Senator Cornyn as well as the congressional delegation on what pressure points that we can apply to the administration to get presidential permits approved for these 3 and soon to be 4th, the Eagle Pass project, bridge projects. And so I want to talk a little bit about what we're up to, and because I think everybody in the room acknowledges the importance of these projects, explain the roadblocks that we've encountered and what you all might be able to do to help us move this process forward. So, as you're aware, under the International Bridge Act, of 1972, the president has to make a determination whether or not a border crossing is in the foreign policy interest of the United States. What's unique for Texas, of course, is that we're talking about crossings on largely private land across a water border, whereas in other areas of the country, like maybe New Mexico or Arizona or California, they're land crossings on land controlled by General Services Administration or GSA. The permitting process, much easier. So why do we go through this laborious sort of endeavor through the International Bridge Act to obtain a presidential permit? Well, oddly enough, it was created to actually streamline construction of bridges. That's not what's happening today. So prior to the International Bridge Act, Congress was having to enact into law authorization for international crossings, and in its infinite wisdom said this is too difficult. People shouldn't have to go to the United States Congress to get a law passed for a bridge crossing. Let's create this more streamlined, efficient process instead. And what we found, of course, is it's nothing of the sort at the moment. And what we're having to deal with in these particular instances is a change in policy from the last administration that requires applicants to complete an environmental assessment prior to the president making a determination of whether or not it's in the foreign policy interest of the United States. And so we've had a plethora of conversations with the White House, the National Security Council, with the State Department about what can we do to change and revert back to the old policy that said the president could issue a permit contingent on a successful completion of the environmental assessment. In our view, and I think in the view of most reasonable individuals, these are two distinct questions. It's either true that the crossing is in the foreign policy interest, notwithstanding any environmental impacts, or it is false. It is not in the foreign policy interest of the U.S. Given the meritorious nature of expanding commerce, of reducing wait times, and even the environmental benefits from not having trucks idling on at a border crossing, it's clear that facilitating trade with our third largest trading partner is exceptionally important to economic growth, the vitality of these communities, job opportunities for Texans, better relations with Mexico. That clearly comes on the side, and if passed as prologue, that even administrations of both parties would find that these border crossings are in the foreign policy interest. So what we had in the Trump administration was an executive order that kind of put meat on the bones of the International Bridge Act, spelled out a process for how the State Department would issue its recommendation under the law to the president to say, hey, you've got a lot on your plate. Our recommendation is you approve or not issue this permit. And we've found now had a change in policy that requires us to kind of reevaluate and assess what can we do different. So I think the way that Senator Cruz is viewing this, and my view as well, is that the way that Texas is being treated on these particular projects is discriminatory in nature, because it is in the case of California or New Mexico or Arizona, where you don't have privately held land or crossing a river, that these decisions are made expeditiously, and there is no need for a laborious, lengthy environmental assessment. But that's the tack that's being taken with Texas, and it's unfair. And we just went through a very high-profile fight in this country around permitting that you all might recall under the debt ceiling fight. So this had been going on for several years. There was a natural gas pipeline that a number of senators, including Joe Manchin from West Virginia, wanted to see completed. And it was being held up because it had to cross a hiking path in the George Washington Forest in the state of Virginia. And the rest of the pipeline was being constructed. It was about 90-some-odd% done. So you had a pipeline in Pennsylvania and West Virginia, and you had a pipeline in the south, and you just had this small patch of land through a national forest where the pipeline didn't go. And it was incredibly valuable to the country, right? Movement of plentiful natural gas, the values both in economic security and national security is undeniable. We had this fight going on for several years because the circuit court would continually throw into doubt the ability to obtain that particular permit. And so everyone's very well aware, I think, in the country right now of sort of the absurdity that we see under National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA. And we're dealing with the same thing here. It will take years for applicants to get a environmental assessment completed. And in one case, I think we're in Laredo, we're talking about an expansion of an existing bridge. And these guys are going to have to do a multi-year environmental assessment to say, can we expand our bridge? We already know the environmental impact, right? It's ridiculous. And so what we're doing with the delegation is trying to communicate that to the State Department. I think they've been very receptive. It's not necessarily a problem there. They're operating under the direction of the White House. Communicated that to the White House, but there will be, Senator Cruz is not one to be bashful about these sorts of things. And if he finds a way to apply pressure to the administration and to the White House to get this done, then that's what we'll do. And we will do it with our partners in the House, Senator Cornyn. We will do it whether through hearings, we will do it through legislation. If that's a better mechanism to get these projects approved, we will explore all these options. And in fact, we just had a conversation yesterday about a bipartisan, bicameral letter to the State Department on this very topic that we hope to be able to publicize maybe next week, detailing what we need the State Department to do to help move the White House in the right direction to approve these cross-border permits. And if that's unsuccessful, then we do have a path with the Star-Camargo Bridge where for years Congress has had to enact statutes related to it. Maybe that's the right approach. And so my ask to you today is to join us in this fight, because I know many in this room realize the value of expanded commerce and faster trade with Mexico. And you can do that in a number of ways to help us to be successful. One is send letters of support to Senator Cruz, Senator Cornyn, and members of the delegation about this very issue, and detail for us the problems that you're encountering in supply chains or your community's losing out on, to be able to make this tangible. And that is exceptionally helpful because we need to create a letter writing campaign to elevate the attention and give it attention from the White House. So that means letters from communities, from businesses. Like, I need to know the very specific businesses that are being harmed right now because we are not moving forward on these bridge projects. And that's something that that we can use, Senator Cruz can use in his discussions with the White House and the admin to explain just how important these things are. So appreciate you having us here. I send Senator Cruz's regrets that he wasn't able to join, but I can guarantee you will be hearing a lot more over the next 2 years from the ranking member of the Commerce Committee on this very issue. He will do everything in his power to see that these permits are issued. Thank you. And if you have any questions or anything, I know you got a tight timeline. I'm happy to step outside and answer them. You can also email Britton. All right, thank you.
Your last name is pronounced Burke?
Barquet.
Burke.
Sí. A ver, hopefully it doesn't get in your way.
All right, thank you everyone for your patience. We're about to get started. My name is Lance Youngmeyer. I'm the president of the Fresh Produce Association of the Americas, and I'm also chairman of the Border Trade Alliance. On both accounts, we're very pleased to be involved with this event. Been involved with it for many years, and I see this event as a great way to drive forward the relationship, to get the issues on the table, and to get all of you together in the same room so that we can solve these problems together. So I congratulate you and applaud you for being here, and I want to say thank you, and let's get some more people here next year even. Our next two guests bring a wealth of diplomatic experience to the U.S.-Mexico relationship, and we welcome their perspective here today. Our first guest is Rachel Pointer, the Deputy Assistant Secretary for North America. This position covers the U.S.'s bilateral relationship with Mexico and Canada. Many of you recall Rachel's time as Director of the Office of Mexican Relations and as the State Department's U.S.-Mexico Border Coordinator. Before taking on her current position, she served as the Director of the Office of Policy Planning and Coordination in the Western Hemisphere Affairs Bureau. Next, we welcome Georgina Barquet from the Mexican Embassy. Some of you may recall when Councilor Barquet was Deputy Consul in Brownsville in the early 2000s. In 2013, she became Special Affairs Director at the Mexican Foreign Ministry, and since 2019, she has been the Head of Borders and Special Affairs in the Embassy of Mexico in the United States. Thank you for being with us. Let's start with some opening remarks from each of you about your perspective in the U.S.-Mexico relationship. Then we'll get started with some additional topics. Georgina?
Thank you very much. First and foremost, I would like to thank the Mexico Institute and the Border Trade Alliance for inviting me to participate in this panel and putting together this timely event. It is an honor to share this discussion with Deputy Assistant Secretary Rachel Pointer. I remember seeing you in the meetings and I was carrying briefcases all over the place, so it's a real honor to be here. And Lance Youngmeyer, President of the Fresh Produce Association. Our border dynamic is fascinating. The region's economic, social, and cultural integration is unique, and every day it continues to create new areas of opportunity in the crossing back and forth of people who work and study in the region. The border is where everything starts and must never be where a bilateral relationship finishes. Borders should not be held hostage for political reasons. On the contrary, they must be the starting point to embrace further integration. The connectivity that we pursue at the border will always be our biggest bilateral strategic asset. This year, as we celebrate 200 years of our binational relationship, it is only natural for us to reflect on the importance of our border, where our bilateral collaboration started, what we have accomplished, as well as the new opportunities we should seek in this new century. To fully understand the border, it is essential to live it. As you mentioned, I was a Deputy Consul in Brownsville. I had the honor and opportunity to live the border, and I consider myself a border native. So every day, people at the border check wait times to decide which port of entry to use to go to school, work, or run errands. Companies which run on a just-in-time process, or a just-in-case, as we heard this morning, rely on supply chains, also allocate themselves to the area where they will benefit the most from expedited commercial crossing programs. I am describing an everyday scenario at the ports of entry because as governments, we have come a long way in incentivizing economic growth by granting an efficient, modern, and secure border. By doing so, the border has become an attractive region for businesses to reallocate in this area. Nearshoring at our border states strengthens supply chains, and specialized clusters are increasing our competitiveness along the border. Our institutionalized bilateral cooperation started with the Binational Bridges and Border Crossing Group, better known as BBBXG. Its purpose is to ensure the construction and modernization of ports of entry. This year, we mark its 40th anniversary, and we should take pride that this resilient mechanism has uninterruptedly celebrated meetings every year, regardless of political circumstances, and has constructed a border with state-of-the-art technology for everybody's benefit. Today, this mechanism is modernizing and expanding 20 ports of entry along the border. One of the key successes of the BBBXG has been the participation of the private sector, which has actively promoted the modernization and creation of new ports. Thank you for joining us today, and thank you for this morning's panel. Your vision has been invaluable, and your contributions have been fundamental in constructing an efficient infrastructure that has contributed to our competitive economic growth. In 2010, both governments agreed on creating the 21st Century Border Executive Steering Committee to deepen cooperation to facilitate the lawful, secure, and efficient movement of goods and people. Within its 3 subcommittees, bilateral interagency collaboration has allowed for the implementation of trusted traveler programs and commercial clearance programs for known low-risk travelers and shipments. Together, we have agreed on action plans towards the implementation of pre-screening, pre-clearance, and pre-inspection programs. In addition, our security and law enforcement agencies, under the principle of shared responsibility, have coordinated patrolling and share information to increase efficiency in detecting and seizing illegal goods. 30 years after our 21st century border declaration, we have managed the border with intense federal and local coordination. We have contributed to strengthening one of the world's most dynamic regions. Our collaboration is reflected in the fact that every day, an average of 1.5 million people cross the border in both directions to travel, shop, work, go to school, do business, and receive medical treatment. In addition, more than 80% of our bilateral trade crosses the land border, equivalent to $627 billion in products. In other words, we exchange $1.2 million per minute. To give you an example, since I started my remarks, around $5.5 million have been traded through our ports of entry. This commercial exchange makes the North American region unique and has the most significant potential to bring further economic growth. Furthermore, our current administrations renovated the high-level economic dialogue to expand our regional potential. One of its pillars is strengthening binational cooperation to develop state-of-the-art ports of entry to maximize the border's trading potential by facilitating the secure crossing of goods and people. Both governments acknowledge that to take advantage of the USMCA's new trading possibilities, we must have a modernized border infrastructure framework to expand supply chains and develop areas of opportunity in highly specialized sectors. This is why we are currently focused on Otay Mesa East, a binational flagship project that is expected to be completed in 2024. In addition, we are modernizing San Jerónimo Santa Teresa, Agua Prieta Douglas, and San Luis Rio Colorado ports of entry. We are hopeful that in the upcoming months, Laredo 4-5 may also obtain the necessary permits to begin its construction. Furthermore, the government of Mexico has appropriated $1.5 billion for border infrastructure to construct, modernize, and expand ports of entry and reinvigorate 19 custom offices. We also look forward to implementing the pilot programs for an innovative smart model border port that will begin in Los Tomates Veterans Bridge in Brownsville, Texas. It had to be Brownsville. Together, we will deepen our cooperation to increase our security screening by joint planning, targeting inspection, and coordinating our communication to expedite further border crossings of people and goods. Both governments know for sure that we must provide a safe and agile border to continue to expand and facilitate the crossings of people and goods to incentivize further economic growth. At the border, time is not only money, but can also mean missed opportunities for enhancing further development. According to a study funded by INL, a 10-minute reduction in wait times could lead to an additional $312 million in trade annually, equivalent to 532 additional container trucks entering the United States monthly, which would create 18,000 direct and indirect jobs in Mexico. This is why we must continue to deepen our collaboration in the region to create incentives to companies who are considering to reallocate in the area. It is important to underscore that in 2023, companies who have decided to move to Mexico have invested $13 billion. 54% of these companies belong to the automotive sector. We should encourage other sectors to establish in the region to develop semiconductor innovation, tourism, and the medical and pharmaceutical sector. In addition, with a growing fintech ecosystem, both countries should continue to generate opportunities for diversified startup hubs along our shared region. To continue growing, we must go further in our national policies and bilateral cooperation. We should concentrate on the comprehensive development of the region that includes highways, accessibility, adequate urbanization plans with responsible use of resources, and local education and labor policies to further strengthen the binational labor force. Bilateral cooperation must translate into a more sustainable border with attainable and tangible environmental and public health results. We must focus on improving air quality, managing water and sanitation efficiently, reducing waste, and elaborating preparedness plans to respond to environmental emergencies. Expanding border cooperation should continue to be the foundation to incentivize more integration to enhance competitiveness, innovation in the North American region. Border technological clusters should radiate opportunities and trade to diverse regions in the United States and Mexico. The border is our starting point, and the government's role is to provide adequate infrastructure to achieve it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Pointer?
Thank you. Well, a huge thank you to the Mexico Institute here at the Wilson Center for this event, and as well as to the Border Trade Alliance. My team and I look forward to this event every year, and I really value the opportunity to hear from you all, as Georgina said, who live and breathe these issues on a daily basis, and for us to really share different perspectives and different thoughts on how we can really make the border the most efficient and effective as possible, and that involves really making sure that we hear from you, the two governments. It's an honor to be with Georgina, who has lived and breathed these issues and worked them for a long time, and with you, Lance. And I think it's a sign of how closely the two governments collaborate that my team's remarks that were prepared for me and Georgina's remarks are very, very similar. So I'm going to try not to repeat some of these and really allow some time for some back and forth and some exchange with you all, because I think that's key for the two governments to really hear from you all. And really would note that the range of issues covered today, I had the ability to listen in on some of Diane's keynote speech earlier. I was in and out of meetings at the Department of State, and then the congressman's remarks, I think really show the breadth and the depth of our relationship, and as Georgina says, how so much of it plays out at the border on a daily basis. As you all know, the United States and Mexico share so much more than just a border, and their relationship is incredibly complex, it is incredibly broad, and it is very deep. The numbers, as Georgina said, speak for themselves. Mexico is our largest, second largest trading partner. That role sometimes flips into the largest trading partner throughout the year. Two-way trade of goods and services totaled $863.4 billion in 2022. And as Georgina said, with between 70 and 80% of that transiting at the border. So very much a scenario that you all deal with on a daily basis. I love the statistic that Georgina gave and that Ambassador Moctezuma often gives in terms of how much trade is crossing that border minute by minute. And that also includes the daily transit of people across that border for economic and cultural and family ties on a daily basis. Our trade and investment relationship is really underpinned by the U.S.-Mexico-Canada Trade Agreement, which promotes sustainable trade and investment with high labor and environmental standards. Ambassador Wayne just recently had an article in anticipation of the anniversary of the USMCA, noting just how much that trade has increased since that agreement was signed. And I think it's really critical that Georgina noted our longstanding diplomatic, uninterrupted meetings specifically on essentially the nitty-gritty of that cross-border relationship through the Binational Bridges and Border Crossings Group, as well as the U.S.-Mexico Executive Steering Committee, that were mechanisms created years and years ago to ensure that we're really getting to the underlying issues at each of our ports of entry on a daily basis. I would like to talk a little bit about the kind of higher level, cabinet level institutional mechanisms that the Biden administration and the Lopez Obrador administration have essentially reinitiated to make sure that that work in the border is really focused and is underpinning some of our work. So first of all, the high-level economic dialogue. The high-level economic dialogue was essentially reinstituted by the Biden administration to really focus on how we advance our prosperity and really focus on the key of making North America really more economically competitive. We also reinitiated the high-level security dialogue, as well as the North American Leaders Summit. And of course, all of those are led by Secretary Blinken, his counterparts from the Department of Commerce, Secretary Mayorkas at the Department of Homeland Security. And all of those, of course, have a nexus to what we're doing at the border, because they're all about the increase of economic prosperity and security for our people. And that is absolutely critical and plays out on a daily basis at the border. Through the high-level security dialogue and the high-level economic dialogue, We are working together to combat illicit actors, support licit trade, and strengthen North American supply chains, including nearshoring opportunities in semiconductors and electric vehicles. Our governments recently held a conference specifically on supply chain resilience and specifically within the semiconductor sector to talk a lot about this and how this will play out at the border. To support our bilateral economic goals, the U.S. Inflation Reduction Act includes $369 billion to take the most aggressive action ever in the United States to confront the climate crisis, including support for building electric vehicles and promoting North American clean energy research and development in the United States, Mexico, and Canada. The CHIPS and Science Act, which created the International Technology and Security Innovation Fund, allocates $500 million, $100 million annually for 5 years to the Secretary of State to strengthen the global semiconductor and ICT supply chain ecosystem. And we are having good conversations with our colleagues in Mexico and with the private sector to talk about how we really take advantage of these opportunities. In order to really take advantage, we need a shared border that's efficient, secure, resilient, and one that lowers the cost of doing business by shortening wait times at the border, something that everyone has spoken about today and that we are in very much agreement with. As Georgina said, reducing border wait times is a proven method to increase economic activity. And the recent study that was done by the Atlantic Council and funded by the Department of State that Georgina referenced demonstrated the benefits of just a 10-minute reduction in wait times. As Georgina noted, it could lead to an additional $26 million worth of cargo entering the United States. And wait time reductions for shoppers entering the United States from Mexico would lead to $5.4 million in increased annual sales on this side of the border. Those benefits, of course, extend to Mexico. A 10-minute reduction in wait times would promote the creation of nearly 18,700 direct and indirect jobs in Mexico and increase labor income per sector by an average of $17,000 or so. It could boost growth for various Mexican economic sectors, particularly manufacturing, wholesale trade, and mining. So how do we get there? How do we get to a reduction in wait times? The Biden-Harris administration has made modernizing our border a top priority. President Biden's bipartisan infrastructure law provides $3.4 billion to undertake 26 major construction and modernization projects at land ports of entry on the U.S. northern and southern borders. As Georgina indicated, the administration of President Lopez Obrador has also made significant investments specifically at the border. And we are working through these long-standing mechanisms to ensure that those projects really see the light of day and we move forward where we can on the projects that can immediately be moved. And then, of course, as you know, the longer-term projects will take binational, consistent planning that we have already begun and working closely with our colleagues in CBP and other agencies. We made a lot of progress over the last year. We held our first in-person Binational Bridges and Border Crossings group since the pandemic started in November 2022 in San Luis, Arizona, where nearly 100 federal, state, and local officials from both sides of the border met to discuss projects in Arizona and California. In March, we held a similar meeting in Las Cruces, New Mexico, to work on ports of entry in Texas and in New Mexico. At both meetings, as Georgina said, we met with the private sector and civil society groups to discuss and plan the binational crossings critical to both of our economies as well as security, such as the modernization of San Luis 1 port of entry in Arizona. That will improve vehicular and pedestrian circulation and reduce border crossing wait times. Of course, security is another aspect of border management that we continue to work and enhance. We have done this through the 21st Century Border Management process. I think Diane talked about this, Georgina talked about this. We are really working hard to put in a pilot project that would really look at smart border technologies. It requires innovation across all lanes, all types of traffic, both northbound and southbound. And so we are really working with CBP, with SRE, with ANAM, with Sirena to plan and test innovation for a model port of entry starting at the Brownsville-Matamoros Veterans Bridge. With better communication systems, we can share information in real time at ports of entry and at checkpoints. And with better scanning technology and more precise positioning of that technology, we can scan significantly more vehicles through pre-primary scanning, which is something that was discussed earlier today, as well as share imagery more broadly. There's a lot of opportunity right now, and from my perspective, having worked on border issues for more than a decade, there is real opportunity. We have a once-in-a-generation opportunity given the funding that is coming through the legislation, the pieces of legislation that I mentioned, and through the investments that President Lopez Obrador is making. So we feel very, very positive about the opportunities that are there, but we recognize that we need your input to make sure that as we move forward, we course correct where necessary, and that we hear from you about what the key priorities are. That is critical in all of our institutional mechanisms, whether it be the Binational Bridges and Border Crossings Group, whether it be the high-level economic dialogue, whether it be the high-level security dialogue. All of those are key to ensuring that we have that in exchange with you all to make sure that we're headed in the right direction. So really appreciate the opportunity to be here and look forward to some questions. Thanks, Lance.
Thank you. Thanks, both of you, for your remarks. A lot of good ear candy in there for us in this sector to hear the words HLED, high-level economic dialogue. I'm so glad to see that that's back in effect and the governments are talking well again. When you talk about 100% border scans, NII, we really like that, especially in fresh produce. We want to make sure that all shipments are clean, and the infrastructure, ports of entry is very, very important. I wanted to talk about bring up the Title 42 issue. And at our board of directors meeting yesterday for the Border Trade Alliance, we remarked about how all of us within our communities, within individual communities, within states, within our groups, tried to get together and plan out, well, what if the worst case scenario happens here? What if there's a blockage of trade that significantly impacts the port of entry for a day or more? How do we deal with that? And so we gamed through these issues and talked to local officials, and luckily nothing major happened. But I was curious, within your own groups, what sort of discussions did you have internally and maybe even with each other about how to make sure that trade kept flowing in case there was a disruption?
I think it's a great question, and it's certainly something that you all live and breathe on a daily basis. I think, first of all, the pandemic illustrated one way that the two governments made sure that we worked close together to ensure that the trade and the illicit movement that needed to go back and forth across that border was not interrupted. But I think that there's no doubt you raise a very good point that at the border, all sorts of issues play out, and it includes the issue of migration, it includes the issue of security, and of course, that economic movement back and forth. And so through our mechanisms that we have, the binational mechanisms, as well as through our consul generals that are all based right there and working together on a daily basis, we have mechanisms to ensure that that movement continues back and forth, and certainly would defer in terms of operational aspects to my colleagues at CBP and DHS, right, who are right there helping to facilitate. But, you know, I believe firmly that one of the key pieces of the two governments is to ensure that coordination on all issues, including the migration piece, to ensure that we have a way forward if we see any sort of, or get any sense that there could be a disruption to the flow of the goods and folks going across that border on a daily basis. Georgina, anything you want to add?
I would also add the sharing of information. While there was this expectation that a crisis could come up after at the end of Title 42, basically we were, within the embassy, we were also discussing with our consuls at the border, see how they were seeing things over there, but had a very close communication with CBP as well to see how the numbers were, what were the tendencies, to try to proactively act and to make sure that the border transition and trade wouldn't be interrupted.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of, acting proactively, the Biden administration has made a priority of nearshoring manufacturing, bringing stuff from back Asia to the United States, to Mexico, the Western Hemisphere, and that seems to be proceeding apace, and I think that's great. I think there's some issues that come with that, and sometimes you have unintended consequences. Bringing factories to northern Mexico requires a lot of water, and a lot of fresh produce, of course, requires water. Cities and people require water. So as we're starting to see more factories come to arid regions of Mexico, how are you guys addressing this? I'll start with you, Georgina, but how do you see this going forward, and what are some of the issues that you think will have to be addressed 3, 4, 5 years from now?
I'm glad you brought it up. Definitely water is the biggest challenge at the border. We have seen the biggest drought with the Colorado River and also severe problems with the Rio Bravo. This has posed questions within the IBWC on how not only to make our sanitation more efficient, but how to make the efficient use of water. So modernize our irrigation systems, see other new policies that we could help, and that's what I call better urbanization projects. If we want the nearshoring to come to the border, we cannot only think of ports of entry, which of course are very important, but also the entire urban infrastructure that would allow for that growth to take place and to include efficient use of scarce resources.
Thank you.
I completely agree. I had a great meeting yesterday with Commissioner Maria Elena Jenner of the IBWC from the U.S. section, and she and her counterpart are really working hard on this issue. Water is one of the key issues of our times, and the bottom line is the border region is going to continue experiencing drought. And so one of the things that the commissioner and I talked about yesterday is the importance of really thinking through innovative ways of looking at conservation. And more conservation will be critical to in those efforts to how we address long term. So if we're looking 3 to 5 years out, we really need to think about some of the innovative things that SILA and IBWC have done, particularly, for instance, in the Colorado River, and thinking about, are there any good lessons learned to translate those to the Rio Bravo, and what can we do in other parts of the region to really make sure that we're looking long term at this, because the issue of drought is not going to go away. And honestly, praying for rain is not a strategy. And so the two governments are very much focused on this, along with our colleagues from other key agencies on the U.S. side, like the Department of Interior and others who have really been working this issue for a long time out west.
Well, I think water is an interesting thing to talk about. In fresh produce, I think we're blessed that between our countries we can trade water back and forth. When Mexico sends tomatoes to the United States, they're sharing their water with us. When we send apples from Washington State into Mexico, we're sharing the water from the Northwest where it's plentiful. So I think these are great examples of how we trade our resources, and essentially a trade agreement is how we distribute those resources. Fresh produce, for instance, we've been trading since the 1880s from Mexico in the United States. It started with produce coming by train from Nogales, or through Nogales. It was oranges and tomatoes. And even by the 1920s, the Department of Commerce had published a book that they gave to Congress, and that was urging U.S. investors to go to Mexico and start farms and packing houses and bring that produce to the United States. So that was an investment strategy of the United States government and our here in the 1920s. Of course, over time that did happen. Our association was founded in 1944 to deal with the issues that the importers face when their produce comes to the border. And we see that fresh produce between the two countries can be a flashpoint. It was a negotiation point during the USMCA where some growers wanted to include a seasonal produce protection. Thankfully, that was kept out, but we do have another renegotiation coming up, and we see the growers in the southeastern United States continue to push legislation that would accomplish a seasonal produce act. The competition goes back many years, almost 100 years, in fact. But I think there's more and more produce that's going to go from the United States to Mexico for a few reasons, and I think we have to learn how to work with this. The cost and availability of labor in the U.S. is going up. There's a lot of hurricanes and freezes in the southeast. There's no greenhouses in the southeast to kind of grow a lot of the produce that consumers want, whether it's colored bell peppers or cucumbers. Until very recently, there's been a lack of water in the west that's pushing produce growers in California to go to Mexico, and that's still driving that U.S. investment. So that brings me to what you were talking about earlier with infrastructure and border infrastructure, and something that's near and dear to a lot of us here is the unified cargo processing that goes on at the ports of entry, and the agricultural inspections that occur there. And a lot of people in the room have been trying to push for years the donations acceptance program to get cold inspection facilities put into the ports of entries. When the produce comes from Mexico to the United States border, for instance, the importers have to comply with a series of laws, including the Foreign Supplier Verification Program, a food safety law that says you as the importer have to verify every step of food safety along the way, and that it's been held correctly. When produce gets to the border and is inspected in an open-air dock, however, unfortunately, where most of the Southwest ports of entry have this, it's unfortunately it becomes a food safety risk where a bird could fly over and make droppings on it and cause salmonella for people, and that eventually people could get sick. And that importer, who's taken every step along the way to protect the produce because of something that happened at a port of entry, might find their business negatively impacted. They might go out of business because of that. So I think there's an opportunity with what you're talking about, the infrastructure improvements to address and retrofit some of the ports of entry along the southwest border, both for produce coming north and produce going south, to inspect that in a cold inspection area. I think the CBP is in the process right now of updating their design standards, and I'm hopeful that it'll include some language that basically references this. So with all that set up, I wanted to ask you, how do you see your two governments possibly being able to work together to make this infrastructure happen, to have refrigerated enclosed inspection docks for fresh produce?
Maybe I'll take the first. Well, I'm really glad you raised this. I noted that Diane spoke about this, you all spoke about this earlier. I think the need to retrofit some of these ports of entry, including the open air ports, as you say, is key. And I think part of what we'll need to do is make sure that CBP, as you look at the design and they look at the design upgrades based on what you all are sending to them, that we're making sure we have that binational conversation as well. Particularly, the way this typically works is if you're looking at cargo and needs for retrofitting that go north as well as south, the more that we can do to apply the same standards and to work together as two governments to make sure that the private sector is only having to meet one set of standards, if that makes sense, rather than two different standards on each side of the border, the better we are. That involves the need for strong communication, consistent communication, and of course I have to defer to CBP since, right, this is really, will depend on their ability and the inspection stations there. But at the end of the day, I think it's exactly this type of exchange. We know that there is funding available to retrofit certain ports of entry. If we have a sense right now about what the long-term need is, we as a USG can work with the government of Mexico and our colleagues there to then try to push forward what is actually needed from the private sector. And that's why this exchange is so important. Georgina, anything from your side?
Yes, exactly. That's the importance of the private sector, to let us know these problems that we might be unaware of, and bring it to our attention so that we can take them to the adequate mechanisms to make it more efficient and protect your business as well.
And there's no doubt the Unified Cargo Pilot has just that the UCP has been a really great example of how we can work together to make sure, and that's part of the reason we want to keep on with the notion of a smart border, to see what we can do to really kind of streamline processes.
Thank you. We just have a few minutes left. I do want to take the opportunity to ask one question from the audience, a non-fresh produce question, since I've already asked a couple of those. Any questions from non-fresh produce? We have one right here in the middle. Can we get a microphone to this gentleman?
Since government of Mexico and obviously U.S., you're talking about having good communication. How can you have that communication when they keep changing the head of customs in Mexico? They changed them today. Is that gonna have a delay programs like the Unified Cargo? How do you see that?
Thanks for the question. I feel strongly that the institutional relationship that is, and the binational coordination is there regardless. You may have the change of a head of an agency, but you have the same people who have been working these issues for a long time. And that continues on a daily, I'll be honest, sometimes an hourly basis. I mean, when I was border coordinator, it was just a constant back and forth with my Mexican colleagues, and particularly those who are on the ground. If you're a CBP port director, and I don't want to speak for my CBP colleagues, but you're there on the ground every day and you're kind of looking at what needs to be done on a daily basis. So I feel confident that even with changes in leadership from whichever government, you've got that kind of daily interaction, because that's what the border necessitates. So There's no doubt that we have been working with some of the changes on the Mexican side in terms of responsibilities between Serena and ANAM. And so but we've been able to work through those, and we continue to make sure that we have a sense of who's responsible for what and are really engaging on a daily basis.
I would just underscore the importance of the people on the ground and the people in the ports of entry that do it, as you mentioned, on a minute by minute, and that they know the requirements and the needs, specific needs for different ports of entry. So this constant communication and this technical communication will still be ongoing, and we are working, of course, when there's a change in the head, things will have to reaccommodate, but this technical back and forth is still there, and there should be no worry about it.
Thank you for those answers. We're just coming to the close of it, so I'll ask you to make briefly, if you have any 1 minute kind of closing statement.
You know, my final comment would just be to reiterate a huge thanks to you all, a plea that you all stay in touch with the Department of State's border team. I've got two of my best officers here with me, Christopher Bodington and Paul Giotto, and then Hillary Quam is our border coordinator, to make sure that we have a sense of what the concerns are or what the daily problems are, and that allows us to have a really good communication with our Mexican colleagues as well on a regular basis. So please, you know, participating in the Binational Bridges and Border Crossings meetings as well as the executive steering committees is key, so that we have a sense from you. And a huge thanks again to Andrew and others.
Thank you. We're at the right time, at the right moment, and the border is where we should continue. As I mentioned in my remarks, it's been 40 years of uninterrupted cooperation, and it's been one of the border mechanisms are the ones that kept on going regardless of what happened politically. So we are, with this investment with the Biden administration and the López Obrador administration, in this new starting point to have a further vision and keep on creating new mechanisms that can include all these challenges and make sure that we address them.
Thank you. And I think we are at the right place at the right time. Earlier, Andrew was mentioning how in 2026 the World Cup is coming to North America, and also at the same time the USMCA renegotiation. And we're going, oh no. But think about this. This is an opportunity. This is an opportunity for all of us to talk about how good we all, three nations, work together as North America and how we're positive. So I issue that challenge to you all. Take this home to your communities, to your organizations, and look at that 2026 as a goalpost. That's something we're going to have to address, and we're going to address it before then, because we don't want the negative rhetoric to take over at that time. So thank you for your time today. Thanks to our panelists. Let's go get some lunch.
Welcome, everybody. I am very excited to moderate this last panel. I know we all had lunch, so we're going to try to keep this dynamic and moving so we don't fall asleep here. But we have a very interesting group of panelists with us to discuss trends and opportunities to enhance cross-border movement of goods. I'm going to quickly read a short bio of each panelist. You can find these bios on our webpage, on the Mexico Institute webpage, and you can read a little bit more about each individual that's up here with us this afternoon. First, we have Juan Villa, who's a program manager for economics, trade, and logistics of the Texas Transportation Institute at Texas A&M University, a role he has served in for over 22 years. He's a lead researcher on technology that assists with road transport at land border crossings, and he has worked on innovative solutions to move freight transport into the fast lane at commercial land ports of entry, border crossings between Mexico and the United States. So Juan, welcome again to the Mexico Institute.
Thank you, Lila.
With us today, we also have Amanda Blunt. She's the Counsel for Legal Affairs and Trade at General Motors. Before joining GM in 2021, she served in the Executive Office of the President for 5 years, focusing on international trade and investment law and policy in the U.S. Trade Representative's Office of General Counsel. Amanda, so happy to have you here with us this afternoon. And finally, but not least, we have Daniel Covarrubias, who's the director of the Texas Center for Border Economic and Enterprise Development at Texas AMU International University. The center supports public and private entities in border and binational socio-economic development through research and assistance. Danielle, so happy to have you here with us today as well. So we're going to kick off this panel with one round of questions, and we're going to give the opportunity for each panelist to answer that, and then we're going to move into a more discussion amongst ourselves on some of the issues raised in the first round, and then we're going to open it up to questions and answers from the audience. So to start off, I'm going to ask our technology experts, Daniel and Juan. We always hear in the news, right, recently that AI is going to really revolutionize, right, our world today. How does AI play a role on the border? Is it something that can enhance the border? Can it enhance competitiveness? Can it progress or move forward the movement of goods on the border? Or are there certain consequences that could affect industries and sectors? So maybe, Juan, we can start with you.
I can start, and probably Danielle will follow up. Yeah, obviously it can help and also can have some negative impacts. But on the positive side, obviously AI can help in making more efficient border crossing for trade, basically. Right now, there's still a lot of manual elements on the border crossing process that require manual input and could lead to not very good decisions. So again, AI can help improving, for example, the custom broker's job in Mexico, which is very important. So AI can help make it more efficient and move forward with a better system. I mean, human elements will continue to play an important role because at the end, that has to be checked by a human. But still, that will make it more efficient. That's one of them. Then on the inspection side also, AI can be implemented to make sure to analyze, certify, do the security checks for specific shipments that will probably have more risk than others. So basically, those are the two elements that I think could be implemented in the future.
Wonderful.
I'll add a little to that. I mean, I'm a big proponent of technology, and that's my passion, right? Innovation and technology. Actually, there at the center at Texas A&M International, we started what we call a logistics living lab, and basically logistics, it's a play on word there between logistics and technology, and it's a concept that we developed to analyze precisely how these technologies, these exponential technologies, can impact logistics and cross-border trade and so forth, right? So AI is one of them. I mean, but I see it more as a whole of all these exponential technologies and how they're going to impact trade. But touching upon your question on AI, I just recently wrote an article on how ChatGPT is going to transform the classification processes for custom brokers. Custom brokers, they receive a good or a merchandise or something, and they have to classify it according to its harmonized tariff system to put a code on it to be able to import it or to export it. And these codes, they're different in Mexico and in the United States, but they're harmonized tariffs. I mean, it's harmonized, but not between Mexico and the United States, but they're tariff codes, right? So basically, they get the goods, they look at it, and based on this huge volume of classification codes, they have to classify it. I went to a friend of mine, a custom broker, to his offices, his warehouse there in Laredo, and I had been playing a lot with ChatGPT. I had not tried to classify it anything. So basically, I told him, let's try ChatGPT for classification processes, right? So he got his WhatsApp. He gave me the last merchandise that had been classified that they were going to import that day, and it was some steel products, and another one was some computer products. So basically, I mean, we prompted ChatGPT to classify those goods, and it's amazing. I mean, in seconds you get this classification explained to you. You get this HTS code, and you get all the information you need. Whereas a human would take, well, obviously not seconds, you know, but it could take minutes, it could take hours, it could take days to classify something. So the whole point of the article I wrote is, okay, I never say that they're gonna replace jobs. They're just gonna make your life much more easier, you know. So somebody that could classify an X amount of products a day can now exponentially grow that classification. So my what I was telling this custom broker is, I mean, you're not gonna get rid of, and don't get rid of your classifier, you know, but please train them to use these technologies, because the people that are gonna suffer are the people that don't learn how to use all these technologies, you know. So that's just one very basic example, and that's gonna revolutionize cross-border trade. Juan was touching upon another one, which is the predictive capabilities of AI and machine learning. And so yes, as CBP and ANAM on the Mexican side start using these technologies more, their predictive capabilities are going to grow. And once, I mean, the idea of blockchain, which I'll get into later maybe, but the idea between these technologies is that once goods get to the border, they already predicted the risks that those goods have. So that's where trade is going to move more efficiently and more seamlessly through the border. I mean, that's the promise of technology to be able to do that.
So Daniel, I have a really quick follow-up question, because I think it's fascinating what you just said about the classifier, right?
Mhm.
You don't get rid of him
Yeah.
or her,
Of course not.
but now he or she has a better way and more efficient
Yes.
way of getting the information needed. Would the employer, though, need someone with the expertise that a classifier needs, or could be you could hire someone with a lower skilled, right, experience, and then just use ChatGPT?
Right now, no. Right now, you do need that, because ChatGPT lies a lot. I mean, they're still not there yet. They're
So you
new
need
models.
someone to double check.
Of course, of
Okay.
course. And my thing is like, oh wow, for these two merchandise that they were gonna import, we got the code, 8 digits, we got it down to the dot, and it was perfect. But I'm not an expert, so I had to ask him, and is this the correct one? So yeah, you need somebody with expertise on that to be able to make sure. Is AI gonna get there? I mean, it's amazing what in months, how much they have advanced. And now, the reason they let you use it for free, it's not that they're such good of heart, these companies, you know? They let you use it for free because we're training their models. The more we ask of them, the more information we're giving them, and we're training these models. So these models are gonna get better and better and better, but there's still gonna be the need of somebody to be able to prompt them. I mean, prompting is what you call to ask a query or a question of these models. So that's where you start getting better answers through these large language learning models. That's what ChatGPT and BARD and all those are.
Wonderful. And I'm so sorry. I think I was the one sleeping. I didn't introduce myself, but I'm Leila Abed. I'm the Deputy Director of the Mexico Institute. I was so eager to get started that I forgot to introduce myself. So moving on with Amanda. Danielle said exponential technologies, right? Have you seen these trends? Have you noticed these trends in GM and the sectors that you represent, Amanda?
We evaluate them carefully is the short answer. As a company, you always have to balance the potential benefits of, better trade facilitation, efficiency, cost savings with new technology, with the potential risk.
Yeah.
Especially, goods crossing borders. We are ultimately liable and responsible for what we declare to customs and how we classify goods, value goods. So we're always carefully kind of assessing and, balancing the risks and benefits. But as a young trade lawyer, I did have to classify goods, and it took sometimes hours. So I would have loved to have AI, ChatGPT as a tool, maybe like you said, not replace, me entirely, but as a tool in the toolbox to at least have a second opinion to bounce against.
Okay. So you are liable, right, for these technologies at the end of the day. Do you think that AI and these exponential technologies can make the border more secure, or are there certain risks attached to it, like you sort of mentioned?
I think time will tell. We're in kind of the first iteration of the technologies, right? And they'll get better. And then government regulation and the structure around it has to also be compatible for verification purposes. There's still CBP audits at the end of the day that you would have to answer to if you're completely relying and outsourcing your classifications, for example, to a technology like that.
I mean, the risks are always going to be there.
Yeah.
I mean, like with any new technology, if you think back, imagine the risks that were there when the internet started, or I mean, the thing with these exponential technologies, and they're called exponential for a reason, just because of the power they have to grow so quickly, you know. And then when you start putting two or more of them together, well, you get these bigger benefits. But I agree with Amanda. I mean, as a company, you have to evaluate how you're going to use them. Right now that AI is still not regulated, there's many of these big companies that are they're not letting their employees use these systems because of the data privacy of what an employee can give to the AI system. And like I tell you, that information that you give to it, they're using it to train it. So they have a doubt if there's humans that can see that information, if there could be data leaks and things like that. But I mean, you have to go through the processes. I think a bigger risk, and I think Amanda was also touching upon that right now, is the compatibility between technologies between one side and the other. I was pleasantly surprised at the previous panel when the representative from the Assistant Secretary of State was saying that yes, they're working with ANAM and they're working with Sedena and they're working with their Mexican counterparts to make the technology talk to each other. Because right now, CBP has something that they call the 21st Century Framework, which is what they're utilizing to modernize their part of the border process. And ANAM has, they've changed names, but they had the PITA, the Programa de Integración Tecnológica Aduanera. They've had several programs there. But the bad part is that, I mean, it's amazing that they're using all these good exponential technologies, but they don't communicate with each other. So there's a huge border
Are
there.
there asymmetries?
I mean, they have different communication protocols, and they're not matching it yet. So, I mean, if you're going to use something like blockchain, which is also has the ability to be able to make all this cross-border transfer of goods with more traceability, more transparent, and so on. And then you're going to get to the border, and it's actually going to be a technological border there, added to the physical border, to the inspection and all that. I mean, it's not going to do any good, you know? So that to me is a bigger risk than what the technology can do or not do.
So here's the other side, right? And Juan, maybe we can start with you. So we're talking about, you just mentioned, Daniel, right? The border can become more technology focused,
Yes.
right? What about cyber attacks? Like, is that something that could be something that could obviously threaten not only the data and the information and sensitive information, if we're talking about a public entity, right, or like a government, but also for companies, right, in the private sector. So how do you see that kind of evolving?
Well, that's obviously a risk, and either public and private sector, they both have to have these security patches into their software to be able to avoid this type of events. And probably you read recently in Mexico there was some issues with the federal government where they were hijacked, you know, so that's something that has to be taken into account. But going back to Daniel's point, I think the key point here is the information that is going to be fed into the AI and all these other technologies has to be proven, has to be regulated, has to be in a framework that could be implemented. And the second thing, again, is, you know, both countries have to work together to move at the same level, at the same pace. Otherwise, we're going to have a system probably evolved in the U.S. and not in Mexico. And again, there's a lack of communication between those systems. So that's something that has to be done and has to be worked, you know, immediately. Because otherwise, it's going to be going so fast that we're going to lose track.
Are there any best practices that you've identified, Juan, that could be implemented on both sides of the border?
Not really. I mean, we haven't been able to analyze those, you know, the research that we do in terms of best practices. But I think we can follow, for example, as probably you read last week in the European Union, there's been some movement into regulating the AI, you know, something like that could be implemented here.
Wonderful. Danielle, I guess moving a little towards, I think Juan was the one that raised this issue, that a lot of the processes, the document reviews on the border are still manual, right? So is there a big leap that needs to be taken, or is this something that is going to be natural to like sort of the evolution of things going forward?
No, I think I mean, it's not going to be a huge leap. I think the evolution is going towards there. Like I was commenting right now, each of the governments is already working pilot projects on these technologies and how they can make trade more efficient. I mean, we know, and everybody here is an expert on the border and taking into the name of this panel of the trends. Well, trade is growing, you know, and it's not going to stop soon. You know, you have all these nearshoring trends and things like that, and what do we need for trade? And I think it's been a big concept of this conference. It's infrastructure, you know, but infrastructure, as we clearly see, takes forever to build, you know, and right now we're speaking about the bridges that are doing presidential permits. We should already be thinking of the next ones, you know, just because things take so long to be. So in the meantime, my thing is, hey, let's work on smart borders. I mean, if we're not going to get infrastructure projects as soon as we need them, which was like 10 years ago, let's work on smart border projects and let's see if technology can help us manage these processes more efficient. So it's good that each side is working on its own projects. The thing is, how are you going to get the buy-in from all sectors, you know? I was recently at a conference in Mexico City, and we were talking about a lot of these technologies, and I had a discussion with a participant there, and he was asking me about blockchain. And blockchain, and that's another article I just recently wrote on how blockchain can enhance cross-border trade. And one of the keys in that article that I was stating is it has to be open source. I mean, it has to. We had an experience. Well, there was an experience between IBM and Maersk, and they did this amazing blockchain protocol, but they didn't get sufficient buy-in. And look at the size of those two companies, you know. And they didn't. And I think they didn't get sufficient buy-in because it was a private project. I mean, you still have IBM involved. You still have Maersk. Who's going to see the data? Does GM really want to give them the data? Do these big companies? So I think it has to be an open source project started from the governments. I think the only way we're going to get buy-in into these technologies, particularly like blockchain, is for the U.S. government, the Mexican government, all these governments to say, hey, we're supporting this, we're behind this, we're putting the cybersecurity into this where it can be something stable. And I'm sorry, but if you want to import something into the United States, you're going to have to put in your information into this blockchain. That's the only way that these projects are going to work.
Do you foresee, though, that both governments and even private companies are going to need a more sophisticated workforce?
Yes, of course. Yes. Of course. And that's where institutions like universities come in, you know. It's a big change. Let's say business schools. There has to be a big change in how business schools are preparing their graduates, you know, and at all levels, undergrad, masters, et cetera, you know. These kids now, and it has to be younger than universities, but these kids now, they have to come out with a mentality of how these exponential technologies work. I mean, they don't have to be experts on each and every one of them, but they have to know that there's a fintech process, that there's these logistics, that they're for marketing, how they can use them so that by the time they get to these big companies, they don't have to train them, you know, that they can get there and they can propose how to use these technologies. So yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I think universities are going to play a key role, and this is something that the high-level economic dialogue, right, between Mexico and the United States, if I'm not mistaken, the fourth pillar is workforce development, right? And I think it ties in perfectly into these exponential technologies, especially as it concerns the border. But Amanda, I want to ask you one question before we sort of open it up to our audience. We all know that GM is moving into EVs, right? So how will this transition impact your supply chains, especially in terms of border crossings? With everything that's been discussed this afternoon?
You're right. We have a vision 000. We call it zero emissions, zero crashes, zero congestion, which means we're heavily investing in autonomous technology as well as electric vehicles. We aim to only produce electric vehicles in the near future. And Mexico is a huge part of that vision. We've already been in Mexico 87 years. We have 23,000 employees, 4 manufacturing facilities, and an engineering center. So our long-term sustainable profitability depends on those integrated supply chains and their growth along with us. And we're going to start producing at least 2 of our new EVs in Mexico at one of those facilities in Ramos. So it's critical that we get these new projects, right? These pilot programs, I agree, that's a huge opportunity. The pilot programs at the border that we have right now, the infrastructure development. I know our team's really excited about at Laredo Airport, where a lot of our goods move through, some gamma ray equipment functionality, some improvements that both sides are working to pilot, implement, and get up and moving. That's going to be critical so that we can have our continued, growth together.
Has GM seen the necessity to further train its employees in these areas?
Absolutely. And you mentioned workforce development initiatives. GM as a company does a lot of workforce development initiatives and works on upskilling, but we can only have such a limited impact versus what a government-wide initiative, let alone two governments or a multilateral, plurilateral kind of initiative could accomplish in terms of workforce development and upskilling for the next generation of, in our case, engineers, technology. It's all about the EV transition for us.
Wonderful. Juan, could you talk to us a little bit about how universities are going to play sort of a key role in training these individuals?
Sure. And as Daniel was mentioning, probably university is too late. I think we need to start even earlier. Because that way, when the students come to university, they already are aware of these technologies. They have to be taking these different courses, and they can join the workforce immediately, or even while they're studying. So that's probably one of the key elements. So some of the courses have to be retooled or rescheduled to be able to have these new technologies. For example, blockchain. I mean, it's not a simple technology. But as Daniel was mentioning, eventually, if it's going to be coming into the use of everybody, the students have to learn, at least have the knowledge of what it is, how it works. Same with AI and all these other technologies. So I think, again, has to be starting early, probably high school, all the way to college, and then to be able to participate in the workforce.
And are there any programs right now that sort of focus on building and training the Mexican workforce from a U.S. university? Are those kind of projects that are going past the border itself?
Well, it's interesting. We were just talking about that during lunchtime, and yes, there's some community colleges in the valley that are starting to train and have courses for Mexican students online, so they don't have to actually cross the border to be able to participate in those courses. And they're what's called AP credits, so they can have those grades being used at the university level. And if that can be expanded, I mean, not only in the Texas, but also Arizona, New Mexico, and California, that'll be perfect.
Right.
Because again, eventually, we're gonna be working together, for a while. So let's start, with the education of the students.
Right. Well, thank you. Thank you all so much. Unless there's something else you want to discuss, can we open it up to our audience for questions? Are we going to have questions this afternoon? Anybody want to start off? There we go. We have someone in the back.
Hi, my name is Dia. I'm a rising senior at Brown University, and I'm interning for the Bipartisan Policy Center this summer. I was really interested in what you shared about the potential that AI has in border control and more efficient trade by just, transforming the role of custom brokers. But at my university, I've also done some research on the potential of machine learning and predictive modeling for refugee populations and actually resettling these populations into locations that are best suited for their particular skill sets and lived experiences. And just with some of the conversations that we've been having today about, just a lack of employers and a lack of workforce, just participation in the U.S. right now, do you think that machine learning, especially with regards to employment of migrant populations, do you think that has any potential to solve this?
How in your research, how do you use machine learning to predict? I mean, what inputs do the refugees, or what inputs do you get from the refugees to put into the system and the algorithm to be able to predict through machine learning?
For example, the languages that they speak, previous work experiences that they may have in their home countries, and looking at synergies between these experiences and gaps in the workforce in certain regions of the U.S.
Yeah. So yes, I mean the big part of AI and these which machine learning is a part of. It is that predictability right now. Yes, and right now we were giving the example of that it could predict risks, but yeah, you could use it to predict that type of matching between skill sets and the needs of companies, you know, and I'm sure some of the job apps out there are already using some of that to be able to suggest candidates and profiles to employ to companies. That the thing at the border, and it boils down to what Congressman Gonzalez was saying earlier. It's a thing about visas. If you're gonna match people from Mexico to jobs in the U.S., you're still going to have a legal issue of how those people are going to be able to work in the U.S. So the predictability capabilities are there. I understand how you were doing it through your research. Now we're going to have to also get the policy side of it. I mean, but maybe through those predictive models, at least you can show the government, hey, the needs are here, and here are your people, you know, that could take these jobs, you know. Now maybe let's see how we find those sponsors, or if these companies can become sponsors for this set of people, and maybe you can help, I don't know, get a better grip of the process, not get so many people to the border, but through these systems. So yeah, the opportunity is clearly there.
Yeah, Juan?
Yeah, I was going to add, not on the labor force, because we don't do that type of research, but speaking about predictability, we are developing right now a model to predict the border wait times. As probably some of you know, we have been collecting data, implementing systems and collecting data throughout the border, especially for trucks, but we're also doing it for POVs. But again, we're developing this model. Again, it's in AI or machine learning, basically, with all the historical data, plus other variables like the number of lanes open, and there's 3 or 4 other variables that we're using to be able to predict. Because right now, what we're showing in our websites is, okay, right now the border crossing is 2 hours or is 1 hour, but we don't know exactly how much it's going to be by the time you go into the border. So that way you can actually identify, as we heard this morning, for passenger vehicles or for private trips, you have the option of choosing one crossing or the other in some locations, or even for trucks in Laredo and El Paso, there's the option of choosing more than one crossing. So this will be a tool that could be used to be able to have better decisions based on information. So again, that's a predictability about border crossings.
We need to learn to predict when the companies are going to want to get to the bridge also.
We can ask GM.
Yeah, what time they cross, right? But yes.
I think we have another question in the back. I saw a hand. Thank you.
I'm going to be a little bit of a devil's advocate in that criminal elements certainly have access to AI, and I know there's encouragement by the European folks to put rules in place so it governs AI. Unfortunately, the criminal elements don't follow the rules, and that ups the game with everything we're trying to do to speed up the border. They're going to speed up their ability to determine or predict access to engage in illicit activity. How do we counter that?
I think it's by using the same technologies. I mean, the criminal aspect is always going to be there. But like taking it back to blockchain, what it can do is produce it's called a ledger. So produce a ledger where everybody starts inputting information from the supplier to the client or to the customer. Everybody starts putting information on the goods that are going to be imported or exported. Now, the good thing about that, because right now you can say, well, people are already doing it. Yes, they're already doing it, and they're putting it into ACE, and they're putting it into pedimentos, and they're already putting it into that systems, right? But the good thing about blockchain is that it limits the capabilities of changing a document or of putting something that's counterfeit in there. So that's where I think the strength of blockchain can help with what you're talking about. I mean, if it's going to be a whole chain of command that has all these documents, it's going to be really hard to get some fake invoice or some fake data into that system. Can it be done? Yes, but I mean, you're always going to have to be dealing with this. What I don't believe is, I mean, and I think that AI needs regulation, and they have to start talking about this because the changes are coming so fast. But what I don't believe in is like, hey, let's hinder or let's stop that development of that technology until we catch up to it. No. That at this time, because they're called exponential and they grow so fast, I think that's not the route to go about it.
I would agree, because if we put rules on it, it's not going to stop the criminal element. The technology is there, and they're going to use it, whether we keep up with it or not.
Yeah, and they're going to use it independently. If the government doesn't use it, they're going to be. So I mean, we have to keep ahead of that.
Right.
Implementing these technologies and how it is, and I think it's been that way for forever. I mean, ever since there's this cross-border trade, they're always trying to one up. You know, I was actually asking about the X-ray systems at the Brownsville Bridge earlier because of that pilot project, because I think that type of technology can tremendously enhance CBP's capability of screening cargo. If right now CBP, I mean, I haven't seen official numbers, but there's a lot of numbers that are stated that it inspects about 10 to 15% of their cargo through X-ray machines. If you can get that pre-clearance at the middle of the bridge and you inspect 100% of cargo through those X-ray machines, which are now low intensity and humans can pass through them and things like that, I think that's a game changer. I mean, and even if you don't get to 100%, but if you get up there to 80%, I mean, that will hinder a lot of the criminal activity that could cross through at least through land ports of entry.
Right. Yeah. And just adding to what Daniel just mentioned, one good example is the rail crossing.
Yes.
You know, that's where the X-ray is taken in Mexico, and that information is shared with CBP. So by the time the rail car goes into the U.S., CBP already knows what's in there. And it has to be redirected to be inspected with more detail, then that could be done. So the same could be done with the trucks. I mean, if you put the X-ray on the Mexican side, you know, by the time the truck arrives to CBP primary, then you have information, more detailed information about that particular shipment.
Are there any other questions out there? One right here.
Daniel, you mentioned the issue that 21st century framework is, you know, done in certain language, and then also aduanas and the Mexican side is working, and those two systems don't talk to each other. That sounds very silly, right? And knowing all the effort behind that. So what has been done, or who should be doing something to make sure that that happens? And if not, what can we do, all people here in this room that are beneficiaries of those two systems talking to each other, do for that to happen?
Well, I mean, I think it has to be I mean, there has to be the will of the government to be able to talk about those things, right? And earlier at another panel, Carlos was actually saying, hey, how do you do it when there's so many changes so constantly in certain officials, particularly on the Mexican side, like today that they changed the general director of ANAM, you know, and I mean, there has to be a will somewhere there, and through private sectors, through NGOs, through organizations that you all represent. The thing is, hey, government, sit down and talk about these. Even if you're constantly changing now, there's been a big change in Mexican customs with the militarization of Mexican customs, you know, of having so many having military personnel in Mexican customs. So that's a whole other mindset. I mean, it's different. So now you're going to have CBP talk to their military counterparts and get them to work together, you know, and it has to happen. I mean, we can't afford another wall, you know, and this that I call a technological wall. We can't afford that, you know. It has to get to the point where it's great that at least, I mean, they have, like I say, CBP has this 21st century framework, this ACE 2.0 and all that. It's great that they're doing this, that they're advancing this, and that Mexico is thinking about it and also doing some projects. Well, I mean, the high economic level dialogue, things like that, you have to get them to start cooperating in sharing protocols on how these systems are going to communicate together and share information, because that's I mean, technology is data driven, and it's not going to work. This whole predictability that we were talking about in my first question was, what are your inputs? I mean, where are you getting the information? So it's not going to work if you're not sharing those inputs and you're not sharing that information. So, I mean, yeah, you have to get these governments to have the will to be able to communicate with each other and work on it. There's no other, it's not a private sector thing, it's a government thing. I was just saying that it has to be the governments that push these in order for all your companies to be able to adopt them. But it has to be something that they have to figure out with your push, lobbying, whatever you want to call it.
We have a question from Ambassador Gutierrez, right? Or am I not putting you on the spot, right? Okay. All right.
Two quick questions and one quick comment. The question is, you just talking, Daniel, about the military's new role in you know, can you elaborate on that? Any one of you or all of you, what are you seeing? What's going on? They've been essentially in charge of customs in Mexico for the past maybe, I don't know, 18 months or so, fully fledged. What is it that you're seeing? No, that's one question. The other one is, how likely it is if you want to change the technology throughout the border for, you know, custom purposes, it might be impossible to do it all the same. So how likely is it to pick sort of a POE that becomes the future model? Can you do that? Is it technically feasible to say we're going to start somewhere with a completely different technological system on a particular point of entry and with particular people, and then you will take it from there eventually and grow it throughout the border? Because if you try to make everything, you know, I mean, that would be great, but the two comments are, any elaboration that on your part would be, one comment is, you know, and I would like to get your view, but from an institutional point of view, the solution would be having something like the IBWC for customs in the border, right? You have a Mexican, it's created by a treaty. It has a U.S. section, a Mexican section, and they sit side by side and do everything. And everybody, you know, most everybody on each country respect the fact that in terms of water and the limitation of, they're the authorities. Nobody on the U.S. is going to, I don't know if nobody, but most people won't challenge the sort of the professional intellectual authority of the IBWC. If you do that in custom, we have a sort of a customs binational authority. And or even started again as a pilot project. So, but that's the only real way in which you're going to have a fully integrated technological solution, institutional solution, infrastructure solution, maybe. Any thoughts on that? And the final point is, everybody agrees that if we're going to increasingly know better, or we should know better, what gets to the border and when it gets to the border, and that will be a game changer. But even if you achieve that, sometimes you still need, even if you know that, you will still need the infrastructure to adjust to that fact. Right? Because you might, you know, because there's peaks and things that even, how do you solve that problem, right? Even if you know, so if we know that the vast majority is, say, gonna arrive at 6 p.m., right? And you still need to make sure that you can have sort of interchangeable lanes at 6 p.m. How do you solve that problem? Because, you know, you can have this, in the border, there's this sense that
even if you have the right technological solution, it's only as good as the lanes you have in the end.
Exactly.
No?
Exactly.
So can you also comment on that? Thank you.
Let me
You start? Okay.
Thank you, Geronimo. And I'll start with the port of entry of the future, basically. And as you recall in the study we did for NatBank when you were there, we identified all the agencies that participate on the Mexican side and the U.S. side. There were more than 20 in each side. And it's probably preaching to the choir here. All of them are, GSA, INDAVIN, CBP, Aduanas, you name it. So anyway, one of the things we proposed way back then at TTI was to develop this port of the future will be no concrete, basically just a platform where you can start adding like Lego pieces. Because as you say, it's changing. Right now, if you want to add reversible lanes, you have to demolish all this concrete that has been there for 20 years, and it's going to take another 10 years to be demolished. So to make it as flexible as possible, because as Daniel was saying, technology is changing so fast. If we want to have portable X-ray machines or gamma ray machines, again, you don't have space to put them. So again, it will be ideal to start with a new port of entry, probably Otay Mesa 2 or Otay Mesa East. That will be the ideal place because it's going to be started from scratch. And there's already technology implemented for the transportation part of the border crossing that could be used for this type of analysis, how efficient it's going to be. So I think, again, the will is there, to be able to come up with this new port of entry. All these agencies have to be participating and willing to participate in this new crossing. Probably in Laredo 4-5, you can have just a bridge and nothing else.
Yeah, I mean, they were all great comments, and yes, I like that modular idea because it really gives you, like, right now, the X-rays machines, and I go back to them because I think that's the game changer, right? Yes, and she clearly said some bridges, some POEs you will be able to put them there, and others you don't have space for them. So right off the bat, that's not going to work in all of them, right? So I mean, and they say that right now they're using Brownsville tomates. They're using that as an example of a smart border. So there's pilot projects work. That's what they're for. I mean, you're never going to do a pilot project in Laredo because it's crazy. I mean, if something goes wrong there, you're not going to stop 16,000 trucks that are crossing a day there. So you have to do it at smaller ports of entry. Getting to the elephant in the room, I guess, about the military and what I'm going to give you a very local experience of Laredo, Nuevo Laredo. There was a customs administrator there that got there, the first one from the military that got there, that when he's not there anymore, but when he got there, everybody was like, oh my God, let's see what happens and things like that. I mean, and he took a little bit to catch on to how things were done. But let me tell you that he was a great administrator. I mean, he took off he never took off his military hat because you would see him in military garb and the uniform and all this. But he really got to buy into how the private sector works. It took a while. But once he got, he was a very open administrator. He would really listen to the private sector. He would help them figure out things. So the problem is not so much the administrators that get there, which are changed also at a certain point. He's not there anymore. And he had a mechanism. There's a mechanism on the Mexican side which is called COFA, Comité de Facilitación Aduanera. So every month, CBP and ANAM, they get together and they discuss things. Now it's at the local level. So something like that, I think it's a brilliant idea of having that mechanism at a national level. And yes, you sit there and you have to figure these things out. If they could do it at a local level, I don't see why they can't do it at a national level. Right. But the problem is, Geronimo, not the administrators. The problem is the people that are under that. You're basically asking soldiers or people that were trained as soldiers to now inspect goods and to now know about tariff codes and to now know about all these things. So they're going to take a while. If that's the direction that it's going to continue taking, it's going to take a while. It's going to hinder trade. It's going to make it more slow, less efficient, just because of the steep learning curve that they're gonna need, you know? So I think that's the biggest issue. You already had trained personnel that knew about they were export specialists and import specialists. They see something and okay, this is they know what they're talking about. So that steep learning curve, I think, is what's gonna hinder.
The Mexican military needs an urgent customer care force.
Yes, that's a nice way to put it. Yes.
They operate airports, they operate.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Medicine, yeah.
If somebody doesn't, they're
Yeah.
gonna make a lot of money.
Yes.
Yeah. We have another question back there.
I'm a novice at this. You guys are all within this and deal with it every day. For me, where is the gold standard on the planet, okay, for cross-border trade? And what can the U.S. learn from that and implement from that? I think about China, who's exporting and importing more than anybody on the planet. How are they doing it? And is there something that we can learn from that and implement at our borders?
I'll give my 2 cents and I'll let them, but it's very hard to find a gold standard because of how different countries are.
Yeah.
I mean, the inequality you see between Mexico and the United States does not help at all by the time you get to a border. It's not the same saying the border between Mexico and the United States that the border between France and Spain. That the European Union, you can say, hey, they opened up their borders and yes, trade flows and it crosses. You know when that's gonna happen here? Never, just because of how big the inequality between the countries is. Now, I have no idea on how China does it, but that's a whole other type of government and how they, how they produce their trade standards. So it's very hard, I think, to say, oh, these countries are doing it like this, let's put it now. You also have to take into account the amount of goods that come through these land ports of entry. Just Laredo, where I'm from, 40% of all of the volume of total trade between Mexico and the United States go through that port of entry. 40%, that's a lot. That's more than $275 billion a year that goes through. 16,000 trucks a day cross through there. So I don't think there's, not that I don't think, there's no other port or no other border that crosses 16,000 trucks a day. So that's why it makes it so difficult to identify something like that.
Right.
Danielle, if I can just add to that question. So Representative Castro was talking about how the USMCA could sort of work as a blueprint, right, for other trade agreements around the world. Is AI and some of these technologies, some of the issues that might arise at the review in 2026, is this something that could fall under that kind of umbrella and become sort of a golden standard maybe for other treaties?
I think it's going to have to. The big change in between NAFTA and the USMCA was that they started talking about e-commerce and things like that, you know? So I don't doubt that they're going to start talking about these exponential technologies and trade just because of how fast they're, just what they're doing with these generative AI, it's amazing. In such a short time. So I can't imagine from here to the review how much more it's going to change. So they're going to have to start talking about it, yes.
Just to add to your question, once visiting one port of entry, you have seen one port of entry, even at the U.S.-Mexico border. Yeah. Every port is different. Mm-hmm. So not only the actual layout of the port, but also the commodities that are moved, the different types of inspections and so on. So again, that's one point. Second, China doesn't have land. All the imports and exports are done by ocean. There's no land ports of entry. And then if you go to Europe, again, there's no ports of entry within the European Union, and the ones with the Eastern Europe, they're different. And as Danielle said, the volumes that are moved there, say, between Eastern Europe and the European Union are not comparable at all with the ones that are moved at the U.S.-Mexico border. So again, I think the idea that Jeronimo was putting out together, I think it's very important to create these binational, world customs organization that will be helping into the future to have this blueprint of how this could be done. The World Customs Organization has developed some guidelines, is developing some ideas on how to transfer data. But again, this is a different animal. I think we should be treated as a different aspects, and again, this idea could be fruitful in the future.
All right, we're gonna have to wrap this up fairly quickly, but Amanda, I wanted to ask you, and it might be an odd question, but we can end on an odd question. How do you see self-driving cars and semi-autonomous cars playing into the border, right? I think speaking of technologies, that's something that we would have to consider, especially between Mexico and the United States.
Yeah, I mean, GM as a company, we see autonomous technology as an integral part of our future, and we're looking at it from the individual consumer perspective as well as for delivery vehicles and ride sharing and a lot of different applications. So I think that's certainly within the realm of possibility, but like I kind of said at the opening, we have to study these technologies and the associated risks very carefully and balance them against the benefits. Pilot programs, this is another realm where pilot programs are great, and we're trying to be at the forefront of those autonomous driving pilot programs in the U.S. and in other markets. So again, it's a we'll see, but we're very hopeful for a variety of applications for autonomous driving technology.
Even on the border. Yeah.
I mean, autonomous trucks.
Yeah.
Texas is the state where most pilot projects are going on right now with autonomous truck testing.
Do they have their own lane?
They don't have their own lanes. No,
So
they
they
don't.
just go in with
They, I mean, there's corridors that are prepared for them because of all the signage you need and things like that. But they don't have their own lane. I mean, and it's not autonomous that there's nobody in the vehicle. There's somebody there. But I mean, there's things that get you thinking, like the shortage of drivers. Is that a possibility to help with the shortage of drivers? That it's not the U.S. and Mexico; it's a worldwide shortage of drivers. So yeah, I mean, again, the technology is there. It's rapidly advancing. I do agree with Amanda that hey, let's try it out. Let's see what happens. Let's not just dive into it, but you have to start talking about it. One of the main things we do at the Logistics Living Lab there at TAMIU is this sense of sensitization of telling people, hey, these exist, especially SMEs. I mean, huge companies, they have their teams to do this, but SMEs need to learn about these because the whole ecosystem there at the border is made primarily of SMEs, you know? So they have to start learning about these technologies and how these technologies work.
Wonderful. Well, Danielle, Amanda, Juan, it's been really a pleasure and honor to have moderated this panel. And we want to thank all of you for being here today. We hope that you had a great and insightful experience here at the Border Conference. And we will be closing today's conference with some remarks from Andrew Redmond, the director of the Mexico Institute, and Britton Mullen from Border Trade Alliance. But thank you, everybody, for tuning in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Leila, and thanks to Juan, Amanda, and Daniel for a really great conversation. It really covered a lot of the topics that we covered this afternoon. I'm going to do double duty and cover for Britain, and start by thanking all of you and thanking again our sponsors. So let's have a round of applause for our sponsors, with whom, as we all know, we couldn't do this kind of event. We really covered a lot of ground today. I'm not going to try to recap an entire day's worth of topics. Thinking about what we covered, we talked about cold storage, we talked about AI, we talked about pandemic recovery and lawful and unlawful migration. We covered urban infrastructure. We talked about arms trafficking. There was also a lot of conversation about the role of government at all levels and kind of where government should and should not go. And a lot also about the possibility of public-private partnerships and the importance of private investment in developing much-needed infrastructure. And certainly one theme I think that came through every conversation was the fact that indeed we do need to improve border infrastructure, and the private sector may offer a way to do that that moves more quickly than can the governments. It was obviously great to have congressional participation. I think having Congressman Gonzalez and Congressman Castro here was really great, and to know that those are two members of Congress who certainly get it. They understand the border and the issues and are committed to working on a lot of the issues we talked about today, and we will certainly continue at the Wilson Center to try to be a place where we can bring together members of Congress and the private sector and the executive branch and other stakeholders to try to talk about these issues and come up with policy solutions. I definitely want to thank Mike Asplund from Sam Houston State University for kicking things off. The panel that we did this morning was a continuation of an event that we did in Brownsville back in February, where we talked about non-trade interruptions to trade. I think that's an area that we can all continue to work on, that thinking about how do we use the lessons from the pandemic, because tragically there will be other pandemics, there will be other interruptions to trade. And I think thinking through how do you plan for it, how do you adapt, how do you anticipate. When we talked in Brownsville, it was not only how do you anticipate my bridge or my crossing being shut down, but what if it's the opposite? Your crossing is the one that isn't shut down, and what does that do in terms of demand? So I think there's a lot of still many things we can talk about and work on, and we're looking forward to continuing to collaborate with Sam Houston State on that and on other issues. I want to really thank the Border Trade Alliance, Britton and Garrick and Amanda on their team, and all of the BTA members for your collaboration with us, your work with us. It's great to continue to do this, and we hope we'll be able to do it many years in the future. I also really owe a lot of thanks to the Wilson Center team, of the Mexico Institute team, our fantastic interns, and the interns from the Canada Institute and from External Relations, who have helped us make today work, literally to get everyone where they needed to be and make sure we could have these great conversations. So with that, I really want to thank you all again for being here. Thanks to those of you who joined us online as well. And we look forward to seeing all of you again very soon, and if not before, about this time next year. So thanks, everybody.